It's Friday, December 27th. You're watching Co-op for Two. Tonight we'll be playing a game called Razorhurst Blood Alley. Or should I say we'll start playing it. It's going to take us several sessions to finish it, maybe 4 or so. And there's lots to talk about here and lots to go into before we actually get started playing. So buckle up. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Rob says it's too early for me. Anna's here. Matt C is here. Matt C has been writing our improv New York Noir play-by-mail case. We have a new letter on Sunday afternoon we'll be reading. And I've tried to cram in a whole bunch of playthroughs this last couple weeks. On Saturday, one of these days recently, I played the first 2 of 3 chapters in Star Trek Cryptic, which I was warned was terrible. It turned out to be very good. We have to schedule the 3rd and final chapter soon, and then I'll record a review of it. But if you like Star Trek and you like puzzle games, hard to go wrong there. Might even be suitable to play with a younger audience, a younger child, although I think a young kid alone would have a little bit of a trouble with it. All right, let's talk a little bit about our history with Razorhurst, what it is. You see in front of me here the first Razorhurst. Hundreds of pages printed out. Now, today, for Razorhurst Blood Alley, which is the follow-up sequel, we're going to... I didn't print out the full casebook, storybook. We'll be seeing that on a tablet. I'd rather have it printed out, but it's bigger than the last one, and I think it was going to be hard to fit it all into one book. So I thought we'd try playing it, that part, on tablet form. Everything else I've printed out. Now, Razorhurst, the original, was a game designed by John Kean, who's a prolific board game designer. I have his Board Game Geek webpage here. You can see some of the games he's published. Black Sonata is quite popular. Infiltrators is a brand new social deduction style game. And not only has he got a whole bunch of published games, but he's very active in the print and play milieu on Board Game Geek. And he helps run many contests. And Razorhurst was an entry in a contest. I think it was 2019 or so. We played it in 2020. We were only a handful of people who had played it at that time. And it was a serious piece of work based on a true crime story. Clear similarities to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but John Kean had never played Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, so it was sort of like an alternate reality. What if Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style system had been redesigned by someone who wasn't familiar with it, and some differences. And you can watch my 45-minute review of Razorhurst. I loved it. And there were some... It was actually quite influential in my design of New York Noir. And there were elements of Razorhurst that shouldn't have worked, but did. And it's going to be interesting to see if somehow John Kean manages to pull it off again in this follow-up. Most of the rules are the same. Some changes. John Kean has said he watched our review very carefully and made some adaptations and adjustments based on our review. He has said that he can't be here live while we play it, but he will be watching all our playthroughs, and he is available to answer questions. We're going to take our time and go through the rules again. Most of them are the same, and I'll point out some of the things that worked and shouldn't have, And as we play, we'll be sort of talking a little bit about game design as we go. Since it was so influential on New York Noir, I'm curious to see what else we can steal from it. And it'll be interesting to see what's changed. It took us about 22 hours to play the first Razorhurst. We managed to do that in 3 sessions with some 8-hour sessions. I'm not sure we'll do that this time. I think maybe we'll try to break it up into more sessions. What else should we talk about? We did do our own little homebrew rule cheat change, and I think we'll do that again here. But I'll talk about that when we get to it. YouTube says there are 16 concurrent viewers. Who in the channel with us today joined me in 2020? It's hard to believe it was 4 years ago that we played it. I'm curious who is here who also joined us for that. Anna has been working on a case for New York Noir. She's actually finished her first draft. That's kind of exciting. Jonathan Warner was here for the first Razorhurst, and so was Anna. Okay, let's see if there's anything else to discuss before we get started. There are almost 4,000 subscribers to this channel on YouTube. It's kind of exciting. It's not, it doesn't mean anything really, but it's kind of fun. All right, let's look at what we've got in front of us for Razorhurst. Now, I guess that's an important thing to say. This is a free print and play game, a big epic one. You can now go download all of these files. If you think this game might be up your alley, unintended, if you think this might be a game for you, don't hesitate to stop watching this live stream as soon as we get into it. We're going to spend a long time going over the rules before we start, so you can stay with us for that. But don't feel bad about leaving, going off and playing it by yourself, and then coming and watching our playthroughs afterwards. You can obviously only play a game like this once. There's no replayability. So you'll have to decide if you want to join me for this or download it and play it yourself. All right, so in the downloads for Razorhurst Blood Alley, there are lots of files, and I've downloaded and printed them out and bound 2 main collections. The maps and directories, which is sort of new. The original Razorhurst used some cards for this. We can see, though, in Blood Alley, the maps are printed pages. There's more of them. You can see a little bit similar to New York Noir in that we have maps of neighborhoods and some close-ups. And then we've got a directory, which is new, wasn't in the original Razorhurst. We'll see how this gets used. Doesn't quite get used like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective or New York Noir. We'll see how you use it in a minute. Quite a substantial directory. Real attention to reality. As far as I understand, these are real maps, not created for the game. And then each of these neighborhoods are set in, I guess, Sydney. That's where the neighborhoods are laid out. And then this is the little mechanic for visiting street addresses. And we'll talk about this in a second. We'll come back to this when the rules teach us it. I have gone through the rules, but we're going to go through them together. We've got some newspapers that we're not meant to look at yet that I printed out on large stock because if I didn't, they'd be unreadable. And we've got a police file that we're not supposed to access yet. But in here, I've also got our detectives that we can choose from. Very similar to Razorhurst. In fact, I believe we played Leonard Almond in the original Razorhurst. These are real detectives. And one of the things that happened in Razorhurst is you got to choose a detective. I do remember that I criticized this. I said it was not a great idea, but looks like John Kean didn't listen to me in that respect. So we'll pick a detective in a second. Then we've got some final questions, and we've got this thing, which was, to me, the shocking thing that shouldn't have worked was actually genius and did work. And we're going to get into how to use this calendar. So Blood Alley takes place from May 7th through May 14th, 1929. And this keeps track of our skills, which go down during the day and then get reset when we sleep. We'll go over that as we read the rules. And these are the paragraph entries from 1 to 287. If all goes well, we will be accessing them through this online PDF. All right, so let's just put this aside for a second and we'll go through the rules together and get set up. Now, you can see that the rules are sort of generic for both the original and this version. I think he's just updated the rules. There aren't separate rules for Razorhurst and Razorhurst Blood Alley, but they have been updated. All right, cases may contain references to violence, swearing, prostitution, and drug use. I'm not going to read every page of this, but we'll go through it all, and I'll read a good chunk of it. The 1920s in Sydney, Australia are a golden age. The Great War is over, though its horrors still live on in many of the returned soldiers and nurses. And there is no hint yet of the Great Depression yet to come. Young women are throwing off the yoke of social subjugation and helping to populate the new motor cars, movie theaters, and dance halls that are blossoming all over the city. This is the time of the flapper, Art Deco, the Jazz Age. Even the poorest quarters of Sydney are caught up in the excitement of the age. After-hours alcohol, sly grog, morphine, cocaine, prostitution, and illicit gambling flourish in the inner east suburbs of Darlinghurst, Surrey Hills, and Woolloomooloo. Crime is rampant, and a handful of crime lords flourish in this area, which the press label Razorhurst. The police respond with new strategies. The first police women and undercover agents, a dedicated drug squad, police dogs, mug shots, a fingerprint division, and new forensic investigation methods. You are a hard-working police detective in the Darlinghurst station, dedicated to cleaning up local crime. It's a daunting prospect, one that has demanded you ransom your life. But each day brings new adventure, a new move in a complex game of chess against your criminal foes. Truth is your goal, the law your God. But truth is not enough. You must also have proof, and the shadows of Razorhurst sneer at your ideals. One of the questions that was asked was whether you could play this game, Razorhurst Blood Alley, without having played the first Razorhurst, or if it will spoil the first. And John Kean said no. He said, you might see some of the same characters, but nothing is spoiled. You could play them out of order. So if you haven't played the first, you're still okay to join us for this one. Historical note, the characters and events depicted in this game are real, with few exceptions. Virtually everything is based on documented records from the time, newspaper reports, prison records, police photographs, contemporary maps, and street directories. Even the dialogue is often taken and lightly edited from verbatim testimony given at courtroom inquests. As the designer, my job has been to research and understand the facts, arrange the historical materials into a compelling narrative for the player, and add a few key details that propel the story to a resolution. I've added a couple of purely fictional characters for dramatic effect, notably Springleaf, but these are always peripheral to the crimes, Where critical details are missing, I have borrowed from contemporary records and note the main substitution at the end of the casebook. Though I've done my best, I'm sure to have made many historical errors. Please forgive my blunders, which are unintentional and made in the spirit of bringing these fascinating times to life after a century of upheaval and change. While designing the game, I have lived in 1920s Razorhurst, at least in my head. I hope that playing it transports you there too. Aim. Solve each case by collecting evidence to pinpoint the culprits. If there is more than one player, work together, pulling your detective skills, deductive skills. You will need the following leads. You need to follow leads, collect clues, link suspects to each other, consider alibis, and piece together the details of each case. You will need to take lots of notes. Good luck. Okay. Now, we should say that even more so than the first Razorhurst, this one has not gotten play tested much. And that's just because it's such a big, giant project, and there just aren't that many people playing the print and play games, especially these long ones. So we will be one of the first early play testers of this game. And as such, we will try to be constructive in our criticism and patient and generous when we find errors and issues. And if we find hiccups, we'll just roll with the punches. We don't expect a fully polished game that's been tested for many play groups and over the course of years. We are essentially a handful of people who have ever played this game and just a small number of people who will ever see it. So this is really a special experience, but it does require us to be a little generous. All right, so components. 4 detective character sheets. Each detective has different strengths and weaknesses in observation, persuasion, and force. Okay, so each of them have their different max scores. And Leonard Almond, who we took last time, is the jack of all trades. He's got 6 of everything. John Lawless has less persuasion, more force. But I do note, actually, that he's got an extra. Like, sometimes you use these just to pay for things. You can use a skill just to pay for something. So, like, if we took John Lawless and just said we're gonna use his extra strength to pay for things, we'd actually have 1 extra to pay for. That's intriguing. Let's see. I guess all the others are like that. Seems like John Kean is going to punish us for taking Leonard Almond again. Although, okay, let's see. Lillian Armfield is better in observation and slightly worse in force. But again, she's got more total points to spend. And Jim Quinn is better in persuasion, worse in observation. Okay, we don't have to decide yet. I mean, my heart tells me to pick Leonard Almond and continue our playthrough with Leonard Almond, but it almost feels like having an extra point to spend might be worth it, especially since we don't fight much. So yeah, if we were going to pick someone whose skills match our personality, we might take Lillian this time. All right, well, let's consider it. Let's hold on. Let's look at the rules first. Okay, for detective tracker streets, and you can see what I've done here. I've just used a bit of metal so that we can track these things with a little magnet without worrying about them getting jostled. 7 tracker tokens for tracking your abilities, your location, and counting informant tips. Okay, I have plenty of tokens for that. A D6 double-sided die. Now, this was the part when we played the original Razorhurst that I was very skeptical about. You do skill tests that involve rolling a die. we'll see the rules for that, and then I'll tell you what, I'll remind you what we house ruled this, and I think we should do the same here. Detective's Handbook here, which I've, and the Forensic Methods booklet, which is also in this book. Pencil and paper. I've got our police notebook for us to keep notes. Calendar sheet, that's here. You'll write on this to track the date and time, record when you find important clues. It also shows which casebook entries to read when you start and end each day. That's this very cool thing. So at the start of each day, we'll read this entry. 1, then 44 on Wednesday, then 34 on Thursday. And at night, we read this entry. Beautiful idea. Okay, and then we've got maps, directories, and newspapers, and the case book is online, and the address book is here. This is new. I don't think the original Razorhurst had this, but these are, it looks like, our starting like allies, places we know about to go, and we'll be filling this in as we play. Okay, and then this is a separate document that is just the items to print out, which I've printed out. All right, let's read together through the setup. Select one detective to play. So even if you play with a group, you're all playing one detective. Place tracker tokens on the maximum values of each of your character's ability tracks. Lay the calendar sheet next to the detective. Get everything ready. Okay, so again, this is saying this is what we read when we start the day. And then we cross off these things as we spend that time. So you can see it's currently 11 a.m. This player has learned there was some event that they want to remember to go to at noon. So they've written it in here. When they end the day, they'll read this. Very cool thing, the calendar. Okay, Razorhurst is a narrative game. Much of the game comprises following links through the casebook to collect clues and piece together events to solve the crime. Your detective has abilities in observation, persuasion, and force, which will be tested by various events in the story, which may affect how much information you can gather. These abilities decline during each working day as you fatigue, but may be restored by rest and sleep during the night. A key part of the game is managing the balance between work and rest. You need to decide what times to start and finish your investigation each day. Some information is only available when you are in the right place at the right time, so you will need to plan ahead. This is part one of the stuff that shouldn't work, but did work in the original Razorhurst. It seems to me, from a game design perspective, a minor miracle that John Kean was able to get this to work, at least for our group. And we'll see if it's true. Even if it's not true, it does create tension because it does give us strict time limits to worry about. But if you don't want the extra challenge of tracking abilities in time, you can just play in reader mode where you don't track this stuff. But we are going to play with this. At the end of the game, you'll earn points for answering key questions, for correctly solving the mystery, and for the current value of your abilities. The casebook will instruct you how to start the first day. On subsequent days, you may choose what time to start work, but it must be during the daytime. We'll see how that works in a second if you don't remember. Cross off successive icons on the calendar sheet until you reach the time you wish to start work. For each icon you cross off, you increase your ability up to the maximum. So, well, let me keep reading and then we'll go into it. Okay, now read the sun item. The story is advanced through links from section to section through the casebook. The end of each section is indicated by a horizontal line. Asterisks you must do. Chevrons are choices. Some choices are only available if you have previously obtained a particular clue or piece of information. That's something we circle. You do not need to record every section you have read, but you might choose to if you want to reread sections later. We will do that. You can read something that you already read. Okay, using your abilities. Sometimes the story will instruct you to test one of your abilities. To do so, calculate your aptitude score and compare it to the target value given in the casebook. Your aptitude score starts as your current score for the required ability as tracked on your detective card. So if they all start out maxed. All right, so you roll the d6 and add it. So if we had a persuasion at 3 currently, and we had a persuasion test, we'd start at 3, we'd roll the d6, we'd add 2 to 3 and get a score of 5. Now, you can also increase your aptitude by decreasing other abilities as long as they're not already at 0. So if we had 2 plus 3, we could move this down to go 4, 5. We could eat 2 points to bump our total score up by 1 point each. You have to best the test score. If you equal the target, then you can re-roll. For example, the casebook might say, test your persuasion. If bigger than 5, read entry 55, otherwise read 66. Say your current persuasion value is 2. You roll a 3, making your total 5. This is the same as the target. Same as the target of 5. And so we haven't surpassed it. So we have a choice. We can either re-roll it because we were exactly equal to it, or we could subtract a point from another value to bump it up. Say you opted to re-roll and got a 2. You made it worse. Now it's worse. You can't use the other one. But you could either choose to sacrifice an ability point to match the target and roll again, or sacrifice 2 ability points to surpass the target, or just accept that you've failed. Now, when your abilities are getting low, you can increase them by going to sleep. That's the only way you increase your abilities. Say your scores all get low and you're likely to fail every test you take. Then you choose to go to sleep. Let's say it's 10 p.m. and you run out of skills. You could go to sleep at 10 p.m. and you wouldn't get to spend these times. All right, what would you do then? You go to sleep. All right, I guess it's going to get to that in a second. The calendar sheet keeps track of the current date and time. You advance it every time you see a clock or when you move between maps. That's another tricky thing that we've had some bad experience with in previous games. So if you leave one neighborhood and go to another, the clock advances. Or you can just wait and have it advance. Okay, so when the clock advances, you cross off the next icon. So if it was 10 o'clock and we traveled somewhere, we'd cross off this I. When we do that, we decrease our matching ability by 1, down to 0. So every time this goes, we're going to lose an observation, lose a force, lose a persuasion, lose an observation, lose a persuasion, lose a force, lose a force, lose a persuasion. So as the day goes on, your skills naturally start decreasing. As the day goes on, your skills start decreasing till they get to 0. Then they don't get any worse, but then it's going to be very hard to pass a test. So at some point, you'll want to go to sleep. You can't just keep playing forever because your scores will all be 0s. There's no other way to get them back. So frequently, you'll go to sleep early, and then instead of crossing them off to decrease your skills, you'll actually be crossing them off to increase your skills because you're asleep. And then you could do the same thing and sleep in the morning and get some back. Though I'll notice it's more inefficient. It's better for you to go to sleep early, and then you'll get, for example, if you go to sleep at midnight, you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points back. Whereas if you wake up 6 hours late, you only get 3 points back. So there's some real strategizing about when to go to sleep, when to wake up. And the other real tricky thing that I'm going to remind you is you sort of don't know what the morning event's going to be or the evening event is going to be. And so sleeping late is risky because you might miss some event that you only find out about at the last minute. Very sneaky stuff going on. If the casebook entry indicates it, you may leave your current location and travel to a new address of your choice. Remember, if you move to a location on a different map, you must cross off another hour. Normally, we don't like that kind of thing, but it does add a little strategy. And I think this is new. I don't think this was in the Razorhurst. This one to help you keep track of what map you're on. Not sure that's really going to be necessary. Once you move your pawn, pick up the story at the casebook entry indicated by your new address on the location. Most of the time, the casebook will provide a direct link to the relevant section. Sometimes you may wish to revisit places. This is allowed as long as it's within the frame of passing time in the game. So if something occurs at a particular day and hour, you cannot repeat that at a different time. All right, it's just saying sort of role play it a little bit. You can't go back and rewind time. Now, this is new, I believe. During the game, you will learn of new addresses that you may wish to visit. When you encounter a new address, follow these steps to enable travel there. First, record the street name and house number in your address book. Okay, so like Forbes Street. Razorhurst Police Station is on map D, house number 299 on Forbes Street. And then you can calculate a reference number, which is what it's going to teach us here. So if you learn of an address like 299 Forbes Street, it's saying we should consult the street reference sheet. Did I print this out on a separate page? If I didn't, I should have. Looks like I didn't. I may want to print this out on a separate page. Okay, so and anyway, what we would do here is we would look up Forbes Street and we would subtract 100, that's the key, from the street address. That's how we got from 299 to 199. So this is the formula for going from a street address to a lead number that we look up. Seems like maybe I should print out a separate copy of this on a card. Okay, and that's what it's telling you here. You look up on the street reference, you get a key, you add that to get your reference number. To visit that address, read the section of the casebook that matches the reference value. If it's valid, it'll start with bolded text confirming the address. If it's not, then you've made a mistake. You need a compelling reason to visit a new address. Random searching is never required. For example, say you wish to visit 14 Corbin Street. The street reference tells you this is on Corbin Street, E and 50. No. Corbin Street, E50. Corbin Street, and the key is +0. It looked like it was +50 for us, but maybe this example is wrong. Okay, sometimes to make sense, the game needs to know if you've already read some specific information. You might spot a suspect in a bar, but only if you had already obtained a description of that suspect. For these situations, the game uses a simple system to track what you do or don't know. You may be instructed to underline knowledge X or circle knowledge X, where X can be any number, letter, or symbol. Underline or circle the X in the alphabetic list on the bottom of the calendar sheet. So we're familiar with this kind of thing here. Okay, so sometimes it'll say to underline it, sometimes it'll say to circle it. So I hope you will catch me if I do the wrong one. And then it'll check for that. That's fine. Then there's this thing that I don't understand, that I read and I'm not quite parsing. In the story, you may be instructed to say, if knowledge X is underlined, then in this case, just check X on the calendar sheet to determine what to do. I don't know how that's different. Ending your day. You can choose when to end your day. Oh, but if all your abilities reach 0, you must end the day. I forgot about that. All right, so if they all reach 0, you must end your day. Then you have to travel back to Razorhurst Police Station, incurring an additional travel cost if you're not already in that neighborhood. and then you read the section that's on the noon. So you always have to go back to your home station and you have to travel there. And then while you're asleep, your abilities restore. Cross off successive icons on the calendar sheet, increasing the corresponding ability up to the maximum value shown. So there's a little bit of an efficiency thing. So if one of your scores is high and you would get bonus for them, those are wasted. That makes sense. You keep crossing them off until you decide to wake up. Then you wake up and read the starting event. Take notes, a little reminder here. If you have an upcoming event, you might want to put it on the calendar sheet. Record the section number. If you read something interesting you want to reread, you might want to record interactions, information, what weapons, specific details. You can pause the game. The casebook will guide the game to a natural end. All right. Let's see. You'll have to answer questions. Generally, you'll need to reconstruct the events leading up to the crime, obtain sufficient clues to determine the culprit. You may be asked to answer specific questions to prove that you know what happened. Your performance will be scored depending on your abilities remaining, how much knowledge you acquired, how well you understand the case, and of course, whether you solve it correctly. All right, if you just wanted to play in reader mode, you ignore your characters. You don't worry about time. New York Noir has something similar. All right, there you have it. Let's check in with the chat before we look over the forensic stuff. I read that rule is just saying certain points lead will provide branches based on if you circled or underlined. Okay. I hope everyone's got a good supply of coffee and tea for this because we're going to need it. All right, forensic methods. Now, this is interesting because I believe all of the forensic methods described here were found in the original Razorhurst, but were rarely used. So it's going to be interesting to see whether more of these are used. This is particularly interesting to me now because this is what I've been working on for New York Noir recently, adding these kinds of features. So we've got a little weapons list here. So for each weapon, we've got barrel length, weight, caliber, how many shots it holds. Look at these old guns, single shot guns before you have to reload it. You've got single shot pistols, revolvers, and automatic pistols. A little reminder here that the revolvers don't eject cartridges. So if you find a cartridge on the ground, you don't have a revolver, you have a automatic pistol. Then we've got a whole thing on fingerprints, a slightly different fingerprint system than I've used for New York Noir. This is the Henry classification system. You still got the same ways of classifying fingerprints, arches, loops, and whorls, but it's gonna teach us a little bit about it. I don't think we have to worry about it too much until we start getting some fingerprints. But basically it's saying 30% of fingerprints have whorls. And what you can do is if you have a person goes to the police and gets their 10 fingerprints taken, this is the system that Henry came up with, where you just figure out which fingers have whorls. So you would make a mark, like if their right thumb had a whorl, that would check this box. If their right index finger had a whorl, you'd check this box. Anyway, you fill this in, and then you calculate it's not really a fraction. You calculate these two numbers. The top number is the blues, and the bottom number sums up the greens. So here's the example. If whorls were present only on the right index finger, the left thumb, and the left ring, right index, left thumb, and left ring finger, then the classification is blues on top, so 16 plus 4, and you always add 1. And then on the bottom, you just look at the greens. You've only got this 1, so 1 plus 1. If there were whirls on these. Okay, so that's how you get this pair of numbers. So if it's 1, 1, it means there was no whirls on any finger. And if there were whirls on every finger, you'd get 32 over 32. In other words, the greens add up to 31 plus 1, and the blues add up to 31 plus 1. You don't have to remember any of that. The point is, if you look at these combination of values, you get 1,024 different categories that any given person can be in. So if someone came to you and you recorded their fingerprints, you could check them again quickly because you can easily identify the whirls and give them a number and then look up their card and see all the people with this Henry classification code, try to search for them. And that also talks about other things you could do. For example, if a whirl pattern is found on a weapon, then you know it can't be someone who had no whirls on any of their fingers and so on. It's a bit convoluted. But we can worry about that when we get some fingerprint evidence. There is no, unlike New York Noir, there is no big set of fingerprint directory. So we can wait until we get a bunch of evidence before we have to start digging into this. Then there's some miscellaneous things here. For example, correlating foot length to height. And there's a little formula here. And this is a graphical chart representation of that. So if you find someone with a 10-inch foot, then the mean is going to be what? 5'5", plus or minus 2 inches or so. Not everyone is going to fit into that, and this is for men, but there you have it. And then a little note here, assuming a good fit, shoe prints are 1 inch longer than foot. Boots are approximately 1.5 inch longer. So various information tells you how to guess someone's height based on their shoe foot length and size. Here's its example. Detective observes a shoe print measuring 11.5 inches long. How tall is the suspect likely to be? If it's assuming it's a good fit, the foot is probably an inch shorter. So an 11.5 inch shoe is going to be a 10.5 inch foot. Then you run that formula, which is here, or you just look it up here and you calculate that the mean is 5'7", and so you know they're plus or minus 2. Now there's a whole section on blood identification. I don't remember if this was in the original Razorhurst, but it's basically saying there are certain tests you can do to test if blood is human. Then we've got the basic types of blood. O is the most common, A, B, least common, and then a little bit of heritage. If you know someone's parents, their children, whether this will actually be of any use to us, unknown. Okay, and then I just have extra copies of the stuff that I've printed out on cards. Okay, so we'll refer to that evidence forensic stuff when we need to. There is a police file and newspapers that we're only supposed to look at when we're told. So I guess the first thing we need to do here now is choose what detective we're going to play. Last time we played Leonard Almond, the jack of all trades. Now, let's think about what the ramifications are for taking someone else. So, if we took Lillian instead, she has 1 less force, which means we'll never be able to max her force out to 6. I mean, sometimes you do need to use force. But it isn't the way we normally handle problems, so that doesn't feel like a big deal. But decreasing the max. Choosing anyone but Leonard Almond decreases our max. I think that is going to make stuff a little bit inefficient, because when we end the day, we're frequently going to be wasting stuff. So even though I said this gives us one more to spend, I'm really not sure that that's true, because I'm not sure we'll ever, like, if you look at this, right? The problem is when you go to sleep, these are relatively balanced. So you might imagine that we're rarely going to get this up to 8. Okay, before I go into that, are you still going to house rule the die? Okay, that's the question about the die. Yes. All right. So what did we do last time? We're very skeptical of the dice rolling and skill tests. I am. So what we did was we said that we're actually going to give ourselves one free reroll. So anytime we have a test, we roll the die, you add up the score, and that's the result of your score. If you tie the goal target score, you get to reroll. But our house rule was we allowed ourselves one free reroll. So we say, okay, we don't like this, we're going to re-roll this. And then at that point, we have to pay if we want to re-roll or pay for stuff. So it just gives us 2 chances to roll well. And I think we are going to use that. When we played last time, I think we tried to keep track of how many times we used that to cheat. But yes, I think we should do that, use that rule. Now, getting back to what I was saying before, how you could spend, so taking anyone but Leonard Almond does give us 1 extra potential point to spend. Because remember, if you need, let's say you're doing a persuasion test and you need an extra bonus, you can just drop something else down to give yourself that extra point. But I'm not sure we're ever going to be able to get these up this high. And we might be wasting more if we don't take Leonard Almond. All right, let's have our vote. I'm okay with anyone we take, but I think probably if we take someone matching our style more would be Lillian. So the only question is, do we want to continue the case with Leonard Almond, the guy we played last time, or do we want to try someone different? This is the only difference, as far as I know. There's no extra difference during the game, depending on who you pick, although that would be an interesting idea. All right, let's have a little vote here. What detective do you want to take? Do you want the others up there in case you want? I think it's only between these 2, really. But I'll put these 2 up here in case you're considering it. We've got 2 votes for Leonard Almond and 2 votes for Lillian Armfield. Now we've got 4 votes for Lillian Armfield. Now we have 3 votes for Leonard Almond and 4 votes for Lillian Armfield. Wow, it's a tie vote. If you're just watching in the background, feel free to vote. Just type vote and then vote for who you want us to play. Five votes for Leonard Almond. 5 and 5. Jonathan is changing his vote to Lillian. All right, that's it then. Lillian it is. So I'm just going to take the metal backing off John Almond. Put it on Lillian. Max her out. It'll be interesting. We'll see how it's different to play. The only thing I got to be careful about these mags is just not to get them too close to each other. Weird how they can stick on both sides. All right, so I guess they're not starting on any particular location. All right, that's it. We're playing with Lillian. All right, so we've got our detective and we've got our calendar. Do the characters have bios somewhere? They don't seem to have bios. I don't remember if they had bios in the original. They certainly don't here, but maybe we're going to get a bio inside the game? I'm not sure. All right, let me put the rest of this stuff away. Detective handbook, maps, and directories we'll need. During the break, I'll make a copy of this so we can have it nearby. And we're going to use this to keep track of all the places we go. Because we can't write on stuff, we're going to have to be careful about taking good notes. All right, let's put Lillian up here. Are we ready to start? I think what we'll do is, since we've been talking for 52 minutes, we will take a break before we jump in and read the introduction. Is there anything else to cover before we get started, though? Well, you'll think about if there's anything during the break that you want us to talk about. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll get started. All right, we're back. Ready to get started here. Okay, let's see if we can make this work here. So I guess we're on introduction. And Tina says, Fallen Angels by the same designer also has mugshots of real Australian criminals, and 19 Crimes is a wine brand that has to do with Australian criminals. All right, let's see if we can get used to doing this. Okay, so introduction components, I guess that we're meant to start by reading the morning section, but did it tell us when to wake up and start playing? I know we're maxing out our skills, but I don't remember what time the case is supposed to start. It feels like there should be some introduction, doesn't it? With the detective, weigh the calendar. Current time is 11 a.m. on Wednesday, 6th of May. Okay, I guess it wants us to cross off until 11 a.m. or was that just an example? No, that was part of the setup. Okay, but this differs. See, this is the rule for actually the original Razorhurst, not Razorhurst Blood Alley. So starting with your first day, it's a little Weird. Because we're not supposed to read the morning until we wake up, but maybe it's going to do, maybe this one is going to tell us when to wake up. Just as a reminder, that's not how it normally works. Normally we have to decide when to wake up. But okay, let's read our first entry. Certainly no harm can come for reading our first morning entry. Eaton Avenue 42, Bayswater Road, King's Cross, Sydney, Tuesday, 7th of May, 10 p.m. Okay, so it was, let's see if we can we do this right? Yes, okay. So the first entry here was when our case starts. So these are all crossed out. Okay, here we have it, 10 p.m., Tuesday, May 7th. Despite its name, Eaton Avenue is little more than an alleyway snaking between cheap rent apartment buildings from Bayswater Road to Roslyn Street, and like a well-fed snake, it bulges in the middle, in this case to a narrow courtyard rimmed with a few dusty plants. At this time of night, it should be slumbering quietly, shrouded in shadows, the only light being that from a listless electric streetlight, augmented by whatever manages to slip through curtain chinks in the buildings above. But tonight, the curtains have been thrown back by dark silhouettes now framed in the blazing windows. In the courtyard, faces flash and strobe in the harsh light as policemen bustle and bystanders huddle in small groups. At the far end of the alley, a man is being carried to a waiting car, one leg dragging. In the center of the courtyard, a small puddle of inky blackness reflects the lights above. A young policeman approaches, his notebook open in one hand. "Detective, I'm Constable Aldridge." You shake his hand. He may be smaller than your average Sydney copper, but his grip is warm and strong. "Well, what do we have here, Aldridge?" The young man turns to survey the scene. "Well, there was some sort of riot here, a brawl that turned nasty. We're still questioning witnesses, but it sounds like a gang was harassing someone here in the street. A couple of residents came to his assistance. Here," he indicates two men being tended by a young woman on the steps of one of the buildings, while a uniformed cop looks on. "Somehow a shotgun got involved and was discharged into the leg of that man." He nods to the far end. Oops. I see, we're going to have to be a little careful here. He nods to the far end of the alley, where the injured man has now been loaded into the back seat of the car. Constable Aldridge consults his notebook. "The gunshot victim is named Archer, William Archer. They're taking him to St. Vincent's now." The car pulls away into the night. "The name William Archer is not entirely unknown to you." "And that's Archer's blood, you ask, indicating the puzzle?" Aldrich gives a grim nod. Okay, so we're going to have to get into the habit of taking some good notes here. And I'm going to have to get into the habit of switching up. So we've read one, we've read this. And if we're keeping our notes, what have we got? William Archer, or victim, taken to St. Vincent's. And we've got a brawl that turned nasty. Residents came to his assistance. Two men one got hit by shotgun in the leg. And we're at Eaton Avenue. 42 Bayswater. We're not going to keep all of such good notes about everything, but I did think it might be nice to situate ourselves on the map just when we start so we have some idea of where we are. So there are our neighborhoods. We're in King's Cross, map C, Bayswater, and Eaton. There's Bayswater and Eaton right there. So maybe we'll just make a mark here. Okay, so somewhere here is our crime scene. The person who's shot in the leg is separate from the two residents. Oh, is that right? A couple of residents came to his assistant. He indicates two men being tended. And then he nods to the far end of the alley. Well, you're right. Sounds like there's two men and then a third man with shotgun in the leg. Okay, good catch. Okay, now he's going to St. Vincent. All right, so now it wants us to jump around to 35. If it's midnight or later, read 215. Compulsory actions are listed with an asterisk, but when you have a choice of action, these are listed with chevrons. All right, so we've read 35 now, but it's clear this is someplace we may want to come back to. So I'm going to make a note. Where is our address book? So it looks like we have an address for Eaton Avenue Flats where we just were. And St. Vincent's Hospital, which is not where we are now. We're still at the same place here. All right, it's going to take us a while to get the hang of this. So we can come back here at midnight. Otherwise, we can ask more questions of Constable Aldridge. We can talk to the injured brawlers, which I guess would include both the guy that got shot in the leg and the other two, not quite clear. Talk to onlookers or examine the physical evidence. I guess I'm going to note here 35 scene, initial scene. Got choices. Remember that these may clock time. We could have our guy who could be dying at the hospital if we don't get to him in time. We could have witnesses who are going to disappear if we don't talk to them in time. And I'm starting to remember a little bit about this game. Because every hour that goes by, our skills go down, there's some real incentive to do things while your skills are high. Like we're soon going to lose persuasion and all that. So like each time that ticks by, our skills are going down. Um, yeah, I mean, if he's gonna die, then he probably doesn't have much to say to us. Hopefully, police will get a statement from him. So maybe we should stay here. But I feel like they're gonna collect the physical evidence on their own. Maybe it's more important for us to talk to witnesses first. I think we should talk to well, we're going to lose an observation the next time time ticks by. So maybe we should. I don't want these people walking off. All right, let's talk to the injured brawlers first. I don't want them walking off. So, you should just feel free to shout out in the channel, in the chat, if there are things you want to do, because it takes too long for me to ask and get a reply. And we can't overly worry about every choice. Otherwise, it'll just take years to play. All right, I want to talk to the witnesses. So I'm going to go to 143. Two men sit on the steps outside a block of flats on the north side of the courtyard. One is big and broad, but his face is obscured by blood from a cut on his forehead. The other is thin and hunched, holding his bruised head in his hand. A young woman is cleaning and tending their wounds with the precision of a trained nurse. A policeman stands nearby holding a shotgun. How are things looking here, you ask? The nurse answers without looking up from her task. Mostly just contusions and a few bruises, but both were on the ground and kicked, so I'm worried about concussion and brain injuries. Once they're cleaned up a bit, we'll take them to St. Vincent's for more checks. Are either of them fit enough to ask a few questions? The big man looks up and answers. I can talk. I'm Charles Sorley, and I'm the manager of this building. Well, what happened here, Mr. Sorley? Well, about an hour ago, I heard a woman scream and came outside to find a mob attacking a man on the ground. So me and a couple of others laid in. We managed to beat them back, but then they grabbed this guy, he indicates the other patient, and had him on the ground. He didn't look good. We had a pistol, but it jammed. Then someone handed me a shotgun. He winces as the nurse dabs at his cut forehead. Speaking carefully without moving his head, he finishes. They tried to rush me and the gun went off. Once they could see I meant business, they scarpered in a couple of cars, all except the guy whose leg I shot. I see. So he's the guy who shot someone in the leg because they were beating up a guy. The nurse takes a step back. Right. Now we need to get these two checked out properly. All right, now there's no line, so that must mean it must continue. Just a minute, you interject. Just a minute, you interject. Addressing the smaller man, you ask, what's your name and do you have anything to add? I'm George Seidel. His voice is weak and distant, as if he's speaking from inside a deep hole in the ground. I was just passing along Bayswater Road and stopped to see what the commotion was about. I didn't expect to get quite this close to the action. The policeman steps forward with the gun. We have the weapon, and I'll keep an eye on these two to make sure they're safe. Very good. Now, I suggest you get them to St. Vincent's, then along to Darlinghurst Police Headquarters to make statements. It's not till afterwards you realize you didn't get the name of the nurse. Now the clock advances, and it says, rules reminder, the clock icon above means you must advance the time by 1 hour. Cross off the earliest icon on the calendar sheet, reduce the corresponding ability on your detective card by 1 to represent fatigue. All right, so 10 p.m. has passed. And our observation has gone down by 1, which is probably why Jonathan wanted us to observe the crime scene. And now it wants us to click back to 35. Okay, so we met 2 people. We met George Siddell and we met Sorley, and he shot a guy in the leg. A lady screamed. They were beating up a guy. The other guy has nothing more to say. They all got in cars. They went and they ran. The guy whose leg I shot is still here. Okay, so now we're supposed to go to 35. All right. How do we talk to the guy whose leg is shot? Is he the onlooker? No. He's not the injured brawlers. We just talked to them. How do we talk to the guy with the leg that got shot? Am I misunderstanding that? Is he the guy that got taken to the hospital? He's the guy they took to the hospital, whose name we were given. William Archer, I see. He's the guy that got taken to the hospital. All right. Well, I feel like someone's going to give us a summary of the evidence later, but maybe it's best for us to do it with our own eyes, huh? Okay, so now I did drop our observation skill down by 1. It's still very high. All right, maybe we should get a look at the evidence ourselves. I'm afraid this guy's going to die in the hospital on us, though. But I don't want to come back here after they've cleaned up the scene. So if he's going to die, he can't say much. All right, let's look at the evidence ourselves. 159. The darkness makes it challenging to examine the physical evidence. Fortunately, you carry a small flashlight, and by its steady beam you can confirm that the dark puddle is indeed blood. A fading smear protrudes to the southwest, presumably caused by the victim's foot dragging through it. There's a narrow strip of garden on either side of the courtyard, and the young palms and flowers show signs of trampling and disruption. Test your observation. All right, so it's an asterisk. It must be done. Since our skill here is already bigger than 5, we don't even have to roll a die. So we can just go to 222. 159, scene, observe, 222. Your eye is drawn to a dark lump in the straggly garden outside Palm Court. It's a suit jacket. The pockets contain a handkerchief, a few coins, and a cutthroat razor. The initials LJH have been inked into the lining inside the collar. Circle knowledge Q, and then we go back. Okay, circle knowledge Q, which I have done. All right, so we found a suit jacket, LJH initials, inked into the lining of the collar. We've got a handkerchief, coins, and a cutthroat razor. That sounds like what gang members carry. LJH. That does not match William Archer, the guy who got shot in the head. nor does it match any of the bruisers. So we don't know who that belongs to. In the garden. Okay. And we're going back to 35. All right, so we could ask more questions of the constable. We could talk to the onlookers, who probably have seen nothing. Or we could head to the hospital. What do you think? I mean, we're here. We should probably talk to the onlookers. It makes sense. You're a cop. You got to talk and see if anyone has seen anything, right? Onlookers, 122. Can't just assume they're not going to know anything. You approach a knot of onlookers gathered outside the entrance to the Omeo building. As you start talking to them, others join, hoping to share their observations or hear what others saw. Jonathan says, we can't go to the hospital just because we want to. Yes, you're right. You're quite right. But it didn't give us a number for the hospital. I guess we can't leave then. Okay. They had this skinny guy on the ground and they were standing over him, kicking him. No, it was the big guy from the flats they were kicking. It was both. They kicked the big guy first, then later they grabbed the skinny guy. He was standing right by me watching. That swarthy little one, he was their leader. He was mad as a testy devil. That was Phil Jeffs, the gangster. I've seen him around before. Isn't he a drug dealer or something? He tried to kick the big bloke, but the big guy grabbed his boot and tipped him over. Made him madder still. Yeah, then this little blondie came out of the Grampians building and handed a shotgun to the big guy. Sorley. His name's Sorley. The guy who shot him in the leg? I thought someone said his name was Shirley, but he warned him first. The guy he shot, I mean. This is all getting out of hand as more witnesses join in, and you're about to silence them to start again when you become aware of a small man standing on the side in the shadows at the back of the huddle. He has the suspicious bearing of somebody who's listening intently while hoping to remain unnoticed. Then he turns his head and you see a flash of light reflected off a small round eyeglasses. It's George W. Springleaf, newspaper reporter. Loathsome human being and bane of your professional life. He's like a mosquito feeding between the shoulder blades. A constant irritation that you can never quite swat away, and he seems to bear you a particular grudge, though you've never been able to fathom why. You shoulder your way gently through the onlookers to confront him. Springleaf. He turns and blinks rapidly at you before replying. Ah, detective. Hadn't noticed you there. You can now see he's clutching a notebook in which he has been scribbling some angular alien shorthand. You let a teaspoon of sarcasm enter your voice as you ask, are the readers of the Evening Post so desperate to hear about a scuffle in a back alley? He shakes his head and tuts you. Dear, as always, you are 2 steps behind the facts, detective. I left the Post over a year ago to work for the Telegraph, but having experienced a prolonged difference of opinion on editorial practices, namely, the editors were idiots who kept rewriting my juiciest prose, I recently moved to the Truth, a much more fitting vehicle for my talents. Furthermore, my readers know this was no mere backstreet scuffle, but rather the latest battle in a drug and crime-fueled war between competing criminal factions thriving in Darlinghurst due to the absence of competent policing. He treats you to a prim little smirk, thrusts his notebook deep into the pocket of his overcoat and strolls off to inspect the bloodstain in the middle of the courtyard. One of the onlookers, a young woman, suppresses a giggle, and then time passes. All right, so we've lost a force now, and it's now midnight. And then we return to 35. Anything of interest to us here? Bill Jeffs, the gangster. Okay, so the person who's doing the fighting, swarthy guy, the leader. Swarthy little guy is the leader, Bill Jeffs. That sounds important for us. And then possibly a drug dealer or a gang member. And then this person, then we're hearing a little bit about what happened. He attacked the big guy. The big guy tips him over. A little blondie comes out of Grampians with the shotgun. So we met this guy sorely. He had a pistol and a shotgun. This person says a little woman gave him the shotgun. He's supposed to be just an innocent guy nearby, but he has shotguns and pistols. Sounds like he's in a rival gang, maybe, which is what the other passers-by are seeming to be suggesting. They had a skinny guy on the ground and kicking him. No, it was the big guy. They kicked the big guy first, then the skinny guy. So these are the two bruisers that we talked to. And they say they just came out to hear a ruckus, right? But that sounds like how the fight started with those two. All right, back to 35. If it's midnight or later, which it now is, so now we're being kicked out. So we weren't allowed to, we didn't have time to talk to Aldridge. Hopefully we don't need to. So we must go to 215 now. Right? And whether we can come back here or not, I guess we can't come back to 35 anymore. All right, so it's midnight or later. Suddenly, there's a subtle shift in the atmosphere. People are looking to the far end of the alley, and following their gaze, you see a man step into the light, hands on hips. Hat pulled low, an open overcoat flapping. He pauses, then throws back his head to let the yellow light bathe the masculine strength of his face. It's Detective Butler. He always knows how to make an entrance. Butler strides to the middle of the alley. Like a medalist to the podium and beckons you to join him. Springfield edges in closer. Butler notices but doesn't seem to mind. He nods thoughtfully as you fill him in on what you've learned, then declaims dismissively, "Sounds like a drug thing to me and a deal gone wrong. Don't worry, I'll take it from here." Butler spins toward the uniform guarding the injured men. "Take them to the hospital for bandaging, then to number 3 station for their statements." To the crowd in general, he orders, "It's late, go home, and if you know anything more, come to number 3 station in Darlinghurst in the morning to make a statement." As the crowd starts to disperse and curtains close in the overlooking windows, Butler beckons to Constable Aldridge. "You, your name?" Constable Outridge, sir. Right. Outwich, you stay here and make sure the scene is not contaminated. Keep the press away. I'll address them later, personally. I'll be back to have a proper look in the morning. Stepping over the pool of blood, Butler takes the shotgun and heads back to his car and the Darlinghurst police station. You follow as best you can. Okay, rules reminder. Eden Avenue is on map C, but Darlinghurst Police Station is on map D. Don't forget, you must advance the clock by 1 hour each time you move from one map to the other. Then it says read 49. Sounds like it's telling us we're moving to Darlinghurst Police Station, but it's not quite saying that. It's saying for us to go read 49, which we're not told what it is. So let's just go to read 49. Okay, and who are we talking to here? This is Butler, who comes in like he owns the place and is too lazy to investigate the scene. All right, so now we're going to go to 49. I've marked it in our book. All right, so this is a little awkward because now it says we're at Darlinghurst Police Station. And we had a reminder before we came here that we're supposed to click time forward because we've traveled. So I guess we're going to do that now. It might make more sense to put it here, right? Like when you're at Darlinghurst, it could say if you've changed locations. But okay, so we're going to clock it off. It's now 1 a.m. We've lost a persuasion. Despite the late hour, Darlinghurst Police Station is still bustling. Butler tosses the shotgun down in front of the desk sergeant, Kruder. Get that fingerprinted for me, won't you? He strides off to his office, leaving you and Kruder sharing a look. Kruder raises one eyebrow. I see. Butler's on the case. It's a catchphrase, the first part of a routine that you and he have evolved over the years of working together alongside Butler. You make the customary response with the usual grin. Indeed, and justice shall be served. In many ways, Kruder is the heart of the Darlinghurst Police. He seems omnipresent at the front desk, where he mans the telephone, handles visitors, files admissions, and keeps a close eye on the newspapers and other sources of information. Overlooking the only entrance, he always knows where every officer is and can even predict their movements over the day. To the likes of Butler, he's no more than a piece of furniture, but you can see Kruder's quiet influence in nearly every arrest and conviction. And he's probably your best friend on the force. Behind you, the door flies open and a short man strides in. He has a swarthy complexion and ears that angle prominently from the sides of his head. He's also one of the most notorious gangsters in Sydney. Meeting your eye, he gives a slight nod of respect. Detective. You respond, Jeffs. On reaching Kruder's desk, Phil Jeffs produces a fat wallet from an inner pocket. I'm here to bail out William Archer. Kruder eyes him levelly over the top of his spectacles, a recent souvenir of long years perusing paperwork. And what makes you think we're hosting Mr. Archer at the present time? Jeffs rolls his eyes. Come on, Kruder. Bill got in a fight tonight and then didn't show up to the party, so of course he was arrested. I'm here to bail him out. Actually, Mr. Archer was shot in the leg. Kruder's eyes dropped significantly to the shotgun still lying on his desk. I believe he's being treated at St. Vincent's Hospital. Jeff's mouth opens, but his response is interrupted by a cry from across the room. Jeffs! It's Butler, and he's charging over like a Tasmanian devil, making as much fuss as possible. Philip Jeffs, You're under arrest for disorderly behavior. As Jeffs and Butler, two of the great colossi of Darlinghurst, converge in the foyer of the police station, you feel a headache coming on. It's been a long day, and you decide this may be an opportune moment to slip out unnoticed. Nodding to Kreuter, who's watching with a wry smile, you head home for some sleep. Okay, and then it's telling us to go to sleep. And it says, when you're ready to start the next day, read 44, which is just exactly what's up here. 49, that's where we just were. So it forced us to go to 49 to end the day. Normally it won't work quite like that. But okay, so it's played the first day for us as a sort of choose your own adventure. Later we're going to get more choices. All right, well, let's just do this and then we'll talk about it in a second. So we're going to sleep now. It's forced us to go to sleep. So as we do, we cross these off and we get the skills back as we do. So we're going to get an observation back, get a persuasion back. Why is our fight down? Oh, because we must have lost fight. Get a fight back. And then we would get another fight back. We don't need it. Get another persuasion back. We don't need it. So we could wake up right away. There's no benefit to sleeping later, in fact, right? Because we already have these. The only benefit to sleeping later would be if we know we have to be awake at some late night thing here. But since we don't, we might as well wake up at 6 a.m. But before we wake up at 6 a.m., let's just talk about this little odd thing here. Didn't we think that Phil Jeffs was on the scene? And here he is, presumably not knowing anything. Right? We learned from the onlookers, which was 122. Was the fight. And he says, that swarthy little one, he was their leader. He was mad as the Tassie Devil. That was Phil Jeffs. I've seen him around before. Isn't he a drug dealer? He tried to kick the big bloke. That's weird, isn't it? Certainly doesn't seem like when he barged into the police station that he was there, but maybe he was just pretending he wasn't there? Anna says it obviously wasn't Phil Jeffs. I mean, I do suspect that the big guy and the skinny guy are not just random passersby, but they're a rival gang, and that this gang came by to fight them, maybe because they're dealing drugs out of this courtyard. But I'm a little confused about whether it was really Phil Jeffs or just someone who looks like him. The big guy claimed to have been called out by a woman screaming. Could that have been the woman treating them? I wonder. Um, let's see. Let's reread that scene. It was, whoops. It was a little weird. So they're bringing this guy. Okay. We're still questioning. It sounds like a gang was harassing someone here. A couple of residents came to his assistance. Two men being tended. Shotgun got involved. Okay. And then when we talked to the brawlers, what did they say? Okay. I'm the manager of this building. I heard a woman scream, came out to find a mob attacking a man on the ground. So me and a couple of others, we managed to beat them back. Then they grabbed this guy. So who was being attacked? We don't really know, right? According to this guy, they were attacking someone else. And we don't know who that person is, but it might be a safe bet that he's the guy that owns the suit, right? The LJH suit might be the guy that they attacked. All right. Let's start the next day. So just so we get our agreement on the rules, we've decided to wake up at 6 a.m. because why not? We're fully restored in health. We're going to wake up at 6 a.m. So to do so, we're going to start the day. We wake up at 6 and then we read this entry 44. Now, when do you think we're supposed to read the newspapers? Let's see if we get told now here. Wednesday, 8 May 1929, number 3 police station, Darlinghurst. Croyder greets you with a grin as you enter Darlinghurst police station, somewhat rested. Well, you missed quite the scene last night. Your look is all the encouragement he needs to go on. Well, you can probably imagine how it went with Butler arresting Phil Jeffs. Noisy, messy, hot bolts of pure testosterone shooting about. Anyway, by about 3 a.m., I'd done the paperwork and Jeffs had bailed himself and Archer for 50 quid apiece and headed home. Archer is still in St. Vincent, though. He pauses and you nod for him to continue. You can see there's more news. All traces of humor are gone from Croyder's face as he goes on. You'd better get the rest from the boss. He inclines his head towards the first door along the corridor. He asks to see you when you arrive. Your knock is answered by "Enter" in the Scottish brogue of CIB Chief William Mackay. Ah, there you are. Big Bill, as he's fondly known, stands a solid 6 feet tall and is known as a hard man. Last year, he successfully broke up a brawl in a house of thieves where police were heavily outnumbered, McKay's fists knocking at least one of the attackers unconscious. A week later, he was promoted to chief detective. In his usual style, McKay gets straight to the point. At about 5:30 this morning, we got a call from Randwick. A milkman had just found Philip Jeffs outside his house at 23 Rainbow Street in a pool of blood. That was a surprise. You had seen him just hours ago. Jeffs? Dead? Nay, at least not yet. He was alive when he was found, but who can know? Butler is there already, along with some of the local Randwick boys. I want you to get out there too, a fresh set of eyes and ears. He pauses a moment. So, why are you still here? Kreuter stops you on your way out. Here, take these. He hands you a small bag containing several glass test tubes with cork stoppers. The university lab has a new test for blood. Apparently they can type it to match different parts of the population. It's brand new technology. You just need to bring in a sample, fresh or dried. It might be useful. You thank him and hurry out. Rules reminder. To visit a new location, you must have its address, both the street name and house number. Look up the street name and the street reference, apply the relevant key to the house number, the resulting value. Okay, that's just our reminder of how to do this. If the first text is not the address, then you've made a mistake. Also note, whenever moving from one map to another, you must advance the clock. In this case, you are moving from map D to map G, Rainbow Street. So you will need to advance the clock. All right, it's telling us we should be going to Rainbow Street. Why is it assuming that we have to be going to Rainbow Street? Because he wants us to go to where Philip Jeffs was found. Butler is there already. So Phil Jeffs bailed himself out. He bailed Archer out too, even though Archer was not even there yet. He's still in the hospital. All right, he wants us to go to Rainbow Street, 23 Rainbow Street. So it's testing us to make sure we understand everything. And it did suggest that we should add to our list. So 23 Rainbow Street. And did it say a milkman had found his body? I guess we should take a note about this. So this was 44, day 2 morning. And we're told Phil Jeffs found 5:30. Found at 5:30 at 23 Rainbow Street in a pool of blood. And we say, is he dead? He's not yet. He was alive. Butler is already there. Get out there with a fresh set of eyes, and we've got stuff. Okay, so Rainbow Street. So the way we're supposed to find that is we look up Rainbow Street, which is here. We see it's in G plus 0. So we're moving to G. And we add 0 to 23 to get 23, which should be what this example shows us. So read section 23. Okay. Jesse, we have a mandatory star at the end. Yes, it's making us leave, but I think this is just going to send us to the index. Yes, okay. So, but we have to know this is Phil Jeffs' scene. So it's now letting us go anywhere we want. We could go to the hospital, but it's giving us an example that it wants us to go to the scene of the crime. It's testing our ability to use the street reference guide. So we're going to go to 23. 23 Rainbow Street, South Kensington, Lumana. Phil Jeffs' residence is a modern brick bungalow. with wide, shady eaves occupying half the area between Forsyth Street and Willis Lane. Like virtually all suburban homes in Sydney, it has been given a vaguely evocative name. A small sign next to the gate reads Woonana. If it's Wednesday morning, which it is, read 228, otherwise 93. So we want to make a note that we're at 23, but we might want to come back. It is Wednesday morning, so we will be going to 228. And I want to make sure that I've circled the other places we've gone, 44. All right, so we're going to follow this up, but maybe we'll mark where we are on the map again. I'm not sure we will keep doing this, but let's trace our progress for a little bit. So here's our Kensington map. Where's Rainbow Street? I don't see it. Oh, here's Rainbow Street in Kingsford. That's a little odd. 23 Rainbow Street. Okay, well, it clearly should be. Oh, gee, that's where we are. We're in Kingsford. Okay, so here we are. So this is Lunana, whatever that means. That's our Phil Jeffs scene. Okay, this is a blow up of this location. Street light here. All right, so I do have us in G, Kingsford. Right there. All right, so now we follow this and read 228. Now, I have already almost forgotten that I do have to advance time because we traveled. That, whoops, that loses us an observation, which you didn't see, but I moved it down. Several police, both uniformed and plainclothes, are here. You recognize some faces from Darlinghurst, and the rest must be from the Randwick force. There are also a handful of reporters skulking about. Most activity is centered around the house, but there's also a knot of police at the intersection with Forsyth Street, and a few coming and going along the roadside between. So there's some of them at Forsyth Street. Most activity at the house. Some at Forsyth. Go into the house. We could go to the intersection, or we could examine the roadside. I guess we should do the things that are likely to have people disappear or evidence get lost. So maybe if there's a casing cartridge in the street that's going to get blown away or run over, better to do that first. So let's examine the roadside 100. Okay, 100. Randwick's Detective Constable McGill stands in the street, hands on hips, squinting up at the streetlight outside number 21. The house next to Jeff's. He doesn't look your way as you come to stand next to him, but answers your unasked question. The neighbors say the streetlight has been on the fritz, going on and off at irregular intervals. It'll be off for a few minutes, then suddenly come on in a series of flashes, or be on for a while and strobe off again. Interesting, you respond, though the significance of this to Jeff's shooting eludes you. McGill muses to himself. It's a new moon tomorrow, so it would have been completely dark here last night. Apart from the streetlight, that is. Then he blinks, turns, and gives you a warm smile of greeting. He's tall and thin, almost scrawny, with tufts of hair sticking out from under his hat at random angles. His limbs seem loosely attached, and the way he moves in sudden spurts reminds you of some leggy bird, maybe a brolga. You've worked with him once or twice before and know he's a good detective. Just then, Butler emerges from the house, trailing a spotty young reporter who looks out of his depth, and a press photographer lugging his bulky equipment. As they pass, you see they're from the Daily Telegraph, and speculate that this bewildered youth must be Springleaf's replacement there. Butler leads them to the corner of Forsyth Street and arranges for them to photograph him standing authoritatively next to the bloodstain, feet confidently wide apart and hands on hips. Suddenly, McGill starts, drawing your attention back. Hello, hello, he mutters as he stalks over and leans down to examine a tuft of grass on the edge of the footpath. You follow and see he has found a bullet casing. It glinted in the sunlight, he explains. Looks like a .38 caliber. Okay, .38 caliber casing in street. That's got to be around here somewhere, right? And then we're told there's some blood over here, I think, right? And he trails the photographer next to the blood stain. Yeah, okay. All right, .38 caliber and dark, because the streetlight wasn't working. Butler, now returning from the photo shoot, seizes on the bullet and holds it up to show the young reporter, obliterating any fingerprints that might have been present. Good work, Mells. You'd best do a proper search of the Verge. He heads back indoors, trailing the young reporter. The photographer snaps a picture of McGill, then follows. Calling on some other police, you and McGill fan out to perform a detailed search of the road verge outside the two houses. After half an hour, you found nothing more than a dozen cigarette butts of various provenance and a few other bits of random roadside trash. Nothing of any relevance apart from McGill's single bullet casing. Then time passes, and then we test our observation. Okay, so time passes, but nothing, we don't lose any skills. We're testing our observation. We have to be bigger than a 6, but we have a natural 7. So far we're actually, Lillian is perfect for us. So we don't even have to roll a die. 56. 100, I can see it's going to be hard to remember to circle everything, but okay. A couple of feet to the west, where the shell was found, the grass is flattened. Getting down on your knees and peering along at ground level, you see the flattened grass corresponds to recent tire marks. A motor car had parked here under the sputtering streetlight, perpendicular to the road. The car had nosed in towards the fence of 221 Rainbow Street, then backed out again. The bullet casing was found near where the back right tire stopped, next to the back seat behind the driver. That's kind of fun. All right. Nosed in towards the fence. So is it here or is it here? Guess we think it's here. Car, right. I guess we're going to say passenger side back. Where's our shooter? Right? So it pulled in and then pulled out. So it pulled in, hid under the dark light where no one could see it, shot through the back passenger right side. This is Australia, so it's not back passenger. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Drive on the right-hand side in Australia? That's our driver, that's our shooter, right? I guess it doesn't really matter what side the driver is on. We're being told, though, that clearly this guy is shooting here. But wait. The blood stain is here. So maybe it's on the other side of the car. What side did they drive on? The back right tire. Back right tire. It nosed in. So why is the bullet here on the right side if the blood is here? It's a little strange, no? I guess we haven't seen this scene of the crime yet, though. But it is odd, isn't it, that the bullet is on the back right-hand side, nosed in, then backed out. So yeah. All right. Well, let's check out the rest of the scene here and here and see what we can make of it. All right. Now it jumps us to 124. If you haven't been in the house yet, read 134. Otherwise, if you haven't been into the intersection, read 251. Okay, it's jumping us around. But the first rule is here. We haven't been in the house, so we're reading 134. The front door of Jeff's house is made from solid timber, but it has been forced open, splintering part of the frame where the catch fastens. Despite the obvious violence of the entry, a full milk can and loaf of bread sit undisturbed on the doorstep where they were delivered. On entry, a short passage leads to the living room with a single wide window. An electric lamp helps light the dim space, which Butler seems to have commandeered. He's surrounded by officers coming and going at his command. An ironing board against the wall is being used as a makeshift desk to collect documents and evidence. A darkly overcoated figure lurks in the corner furthest from the window and lamp. It's Springleaf, his bespectacled eyes glittering as he eavesdrops on police activities. He meets your eye, smirks, and inclines his head to one side in greeting. But before your irritation has a chance to build, a young officer gives a startled cry, drawing the attention of the room. He's picked up the electric iron from Butler's makeshift desk and noted that it's still warm. Butler speculates on what this might say about the time of the shooting, and Springleaf's pencil flashes as he scribbles notes. Test your observation. It's bigger than 5, 276. Okay, well, our observation is already bigger than 5, so we definitely passed that. So we go to 276. Bread undisturbed. So that seems to mean this must have happened fairly recently, right? Because the bread and milk doesn't get delivered at 2 a.m. It must get delivered at what, maybe 5 a.m., 4 a.m. at the earliest. So it's now 6 a.m. All right, 276. The iron's hot. You note the electric iron is plugged into the same power socket as the lamp. Turning the lamp on will also power the iron. Okay, so the iron means nothing, that the iron is on. It was just turned on when the lamp got turned on. Okay, and now we're told to go to 24. From Phil Jeff's living room, you can proceed. We can either go along the hall to the bedroom or back out into the street. I guess we're in here. We might as well finish this off, right? $110. The bedroom at the end of the short hallway is smaller than you expected. The sheets on the double bed are in disarray, though it's not clear whether from a struggle, a tryst, or merely from the occupant exiting suddenly. The walls are bare. A large open window leads out to the narrow front lawn and then Rainbow Street beyond. Large open window leads out to the narrow front lawn. A couple of plainclothesmen are carefully searching the drawers and surfaces for clues. Test your observation. Well, we're still bigger than 5, so it's a natural success. So an open window. Your attention is drawn to a dark smear at the head height on the outside edge of the heavy wooden door separating the bedroom from the hallway. Closer examination shows it to be blood. You alert the other detectives and collect a sample, labeling the test tube 23 Rainbow Street, bedroom door, underline Z. Okay, we're underlining but not circling Z. Dark smear at the head of the outside edge of a heavy wooden door between the bedroom and the hallway. What does that mean on the outside edge? So we're in the bedroom. Do we think it's on the, like, if this is the door, do we think it means it's there? If there's the door that swings open, here's the bedroom. Is it saying it's like here? Head height. Someone gets shot in the head in the bedroom, waking up through the window? This is May. It may be summer. You might sleep with your window open for air. But they obviously didn't shoot him while he was sitting down in bed. Okay, well, we took a sample of it. Remember, there's no DNA here. And it says the corridor side, not the bedroom side. That's how you read the outside edge. Jonathan says, it makes sense to me. Maybe they shot at him and he ran out of bed confused and hit his head on the partially open door in the dark. That's an interesting idea. Okay, let's go to 196. One of the Randwick team is carefully examining the clothes hanging in the wardrobe. Most are women's dresses, quite fashionable. There are also a handful of men's suits. As he goes through the pockets of one of the suit jackets, he gives a grunt and holds up a small card of pasteboard. On one side is scribbled an illegible note. On the other is printed Archer's Hot Bath House, 91 Urong Lane, Wallamalu. Outside of the window, you see a taxicab pull up and disgorge a fashionable young woman. She seems nonplussed at all of the police activity, but marches into the house with an air of authority. Butler intercepts her in the living room with, "Stop! Stop! Who the hell are you?" You step into the short hallway to watch what happens. The girl stares at him for a moment as if sizing him up, then forces her way past with, "I live here. Well, lived here." She sweeps past you into the bedroom, Butler trailing behind. Drawing a suitcase out from under the bed, she sweeps an armload of dresses from the wardrobe and shoves them into the case. Butler is livid. "This is a crime scene. You can't be here." But the girl just gives him a withering look and continues piling clothes in the case. This sounds like this is Archer's house, and somehow maybe Phil Jeffs was trying to shoot him and Phil Jeffs got shot. I don't know if he got shot. I think it's Phil Jeffs that got shot trying to get this guy. The second time he's tried to get this guy. Maybe. Something like that. Okay, but notice we've got an address here. Right? So maybe we'll use a different color for this. This is Archer's Hot Bath House, which is on 91 Urong Lane in Wallamalu. So if we want to find out what read that is, we find Urong Lane. It's map B plus 0. So map B plus 0 means we would look up 91. All right, so that's a place we could go. We have been here. These are all places we could go when we want. This seems like someone tried to catch Archer at home. This is going to be Archer's house, clearly, and there's his work that we just found the card for. Okay, persuasion now. So our persuasion is a 6. So whatever we roll plus 1 would give us this, no matter what. The lowest we can roll beats this. So we are going to succeed at this. We don't know who this woman is, right? We just know she's probably his wife or girlfriend of Archer. So we think this is Archer's house. Okay, so now we're going to read 225. We'll take a break soon. Butler's threats are having no impact on the girl, so you gently back him out of the room with one hand on his chest. Let me try. Butler throws his arms in the air and stalks off. Miss, do you know what happened here? She looks up from trying to fasten the suitcase around the clothes. Not really. I just know I've got to get away from him for good. There's a steely determination in her voice. You place a gentle hand on her shoulder. Philip Jeffs was shot here this morning. He's been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital, but it's possible he may survive. The girl freezes and the color drains from her face. Shot? At your grim nod, she eases herself down to perch on the edge of the bed. He was a bastard, all right, but he didn't deserve that. She's lost in thought for a moment, then remembers you are there. Forgive me. I'm Olivia Reynolds. Until yesterday, I was his girlfriend. She gives a sad little laugh, and gestures to the suitcase. Why don't you tell me what happened yesterday? Butler has reappeared in the bedroom door, still fuming, but he's smart enough to remain silent. Miss Reynolds doesn't seem to realize he's there. Olivia Reynolds. Phil Jeffs. Okay, so maybe this is Phil Jeffs' house. I thought it was going to be Archer's house. Well, we've been together for a year or so. Sometimes I was even happy. He could treat a girl well when he felt like it, make you feel like the Queen of Sheba. But most of the time he was just a bastard. You notice she's speaking of Jeffs in the past tense as if he were already dead. I'd left him a few times before, but he always had a way of drawing me back. This time was for real. She's been picking at the coverlet, but now folds her hands firmly in her lap. He'd been awful to me last few weeks, and it came to a head yesterday. He had other girls before, but this time he actually brought one into the pub where I work. Couldn't say much because I was working, but I pulled him into the alley out back and we had it out. I said it was over, but he didn't seem to care. He just stood there with a cigarette in his smug little grin and his hands deep in his pockets. After he went, I had a good cry and went back to work. Thankfully, he and the new girl had gone. After work, I stayed the night with the girlfriend, then came here to get my things. She stands and grabs the suitcase. Thank you, Miss Reynolds. Where can we find you if we have more questions? She pushes past Butler in the doorway and turns. Oh, I've got nothing more to say. I've told you everything. He's dead to me. I'm moving on. She looks poised and strong as she leaves the house and re-enters her waiting taxi. You follow her out and watch as she drives away towards the city and a life free of Phil Jeffs. Okay, time passes and then we go back to 124. Okay, so I guess this isn't Archer's house. This is Phil Jeffs' house, but he had a card for Archer. And now Phil Jeffs has another girl. Any other interesting, important stuff anyone has picked up? He has a new girlfriend, so she says she stayed with someone else and now she's moving on. Doesn't feel like she's the kind of person who would be able to shoot him, and whoever shot him had an accomplice. They were in the back seat, so it's clearly not her. Okay, but time advances. So I've advanced time. It's now 9 a.m., and that makes one of our persuasion drop to 5. All right, and now we're going back to 124, and we don't know where this pub is she's talking about, right? She says he brought this other girl in. But she does give us her name, Olivia Reynolds. Okay, but I don't... Jonathan says, should we break here or finish up this place? I guess we should finish up this place. Let's see if we go to 124. All right, we have been in the house, but we haven't been to the intersection, and we have met Constable McGill. So let's go to the intersection. We are now at the intersection of Forsyth, and we don't know how this blood got here. A young uniform stands guard in the intersection of Rainbow and Forsyth Street. Above a blood stain on the ground, he looks excited to be associated with what will no doubt be a high-profile case. This is where Jeffs was found, you ask? Correct. He was lying on his right side with his head to the west and his feet back toward the house. The young officer contorts his body sideways to demonstrate, then hurriedly straightens up as he remembers there are press photographers about. He was wearing pajamas with trousers over top and slippers. The pajamas in particular were pretty well soaked in blood. And who found him? The milkman was working his way west along the street. He saw Jeffs and thought he was a bag that had fallen off a truck or something. He came to drag it off the road and saw it was a man barely alive. So he ran to the nearest public telephone and called the Randwick police. We were here a few minutes later. You kneel down to inspect the blood, which is slowly congealing. Out of habit, you dip a finger and sniff for its distinctive metallic tang. There's quite a lot compared to the small puddle in Eaton Avenue last night. Remembering Kreuter's request, you take out one of the glass tubes, coax a little blood into it, and stopper it closed. On the label, you write corner of Rainbow and Forsyth Street and put it back in your pocket. Underline knowledge why. Okay, so now Y is underlined, Y and Z. Those are the two pieces of blood we collected. To examine the roadside, read 100. That's the roadside. We've already been there. And we've already been at the house. That's a little odd because it's only giving us these two choices now. But where we came from, there was a fourth choice. It was at 225. Let me just... $124. Okay, here. So 134, 251. These are all places we've been. Although I don't think we... 251 is where we just were. Right. But it's a little odd because when we're in 251, it only gives us a choice of 134 and 100. Whereas this is the new place. Police car draws up and Chief Inspector McKay steps out. Butler hurries out of the house to greet and brief him, and you and McGill follow. McKay listens attentively as Butler summarizes the evidence and finally nods. Good work, Butler. I'd like you and McGill to continue here, and I want you, he nods in your direction, to take Eaton Avenue. I want to know if there's any connection. Was the shooter at the brawl? Is that what started it all? And of course, who shot him? Jeffs is a big deal. And every criminal from here to Wagga Wagga will be watching to see how we handle this one. Let's not be seen with our kilts up, eh? Now show me where he was found. Butler leads McKay off toward the intersection while you nod your farewells to McGill and the other police and catch a ride back to Eaton Avenue. Okay, so he wants us to work the Eaton Avenue fight. And Butler's going to handle this shooting. Okay, it says time passes and it wants us to go to 206. So time passes. No adjustment needed. And 206 is back at Eaton Avenue. Now, presumably, yeah, that's what I was just going to ask, what Jonathan is saying here. Do we have to advance time twice? One for the icon and one for moving? Is Eaton in a different block? Eaton definitely is in a different neighborhood, but I assume that that's what the clock time was telling us. So I'm not going to advance time twice. I don't think we have to be too paranoid about that stuff, but I think that's why it's telling us to advance time. Okay, let's read this and then we'll take a break here. Eaton Avenue looks very different from when you saw it last. By daylight, it's almost ordinary. Constable Jack Aldridge is still there, managing access, but looking drawn and very tired. He hands you a sheet of paper with a sketch of the surrounding buildings and a list of residents. You may now look at the file hand-drawn map. Aldrich apologizes that he has been too busy chasing reporters away to actually interview any of the residents. You thank him and suggest he goes home for a sleep, which earns you a grateful smile. If knowledge Q is not circled, it is circled. It's not circled, read 240. Otherwise, read 42. Okay, well, let's take a look before we do that at what this hand-drawn map is. So this is what he hands us, a map that he's drawn of who lives where on Eaton Avenue. Look at this. He's written out all the residents of all the apartments around the courtyard where the beating and shotgun shooting was. We may want to go back and read because we were told a little bit like someone came out of Grampians, someone was sitting at the Omeo, or were they sitting at the Grampians? And where did we find the suit? We may want to write that stuff down here. Pretty cool. All right, so that's what we just got given. And then because it is circled, we're going to read 42. I see. These are more of our choices here. Okay. So I got the map, and then we go to 42, which are choices, which I'm going to indicate on here with a little asterisk. All right, so here are the choices, but we're going to take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We've been playing for almost 3 hours here, and as Jonathan Warner says, it feels like we've just got a little bit of a long introduction to the case. Two crime scenes, one just a brawl, and one a shooting of a top gangster in the area, but that's our connection between the two scenes. Both seem to involve Phil Jeffs. Marco says Jeff was caught in his sleep by intruders, then managed to escape through the window, run toward the intersection, and was shooted by the guy in the intruder's car. Well, I do want to point out a slight problem with that. Here's our reconstruction of the scene. Phil Jeffs lives here. Car is parked here, sort of hidden by the fence, under a dark streetlight. Something causes Phil Jeffs to burst out in his pajamas, maybe jump through the window, run down this way, where he's found in a pool of blood. There's casings on the right-hand back side of this car. So how does he end up dead here? Not dead, but mortally, gravely injured here. Like, whatever car was waiting here, if it shot him out the back right window where the casing is found, surely he should be dead over, he should be on the ground here somewhere. Maybe he got shot here and had enough energy to run this way until he fell down. Discovered by a milkman after the milkman had left milk and was working his way down, so sometime before the milkman. All right. Now we're at the Eaton Avenue flats. Now I want to point out something here. We've got all these choices. We can go to all the different places. We've just gotten the map showing all the people that live off Eaton Avenue. And now it's giving us a choice about, do we want to go here, here, Aurea, the Grampians, the Omeo, or the Kunana. We could try to reconstruct the scene of our crime, though. This is where the brawl happened, and we are told what apartment some of these people came out of. We took some notes on that. Maybe not enough, though. We found a suit jacket. But we didn't do a good enough recording of where everything happened here. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is we're at now the 42 Eaton Bayswater Road. We can go to all these places. We can examine the blood stains, or we can leave. And I wanted to point out that this location 42 is in our address book right there. So actually at this point, we're now being given our freedom. We can go here now if we want and explore this stuff, or we could head over to the hospital, or we could go to Archer's house. Sounded like our chief wanted us to explore this scene of this crime, and we are here already. So probably we don't want to be leaving map C for a while. Probably we want to explore this. I'm sort of curious to map out on this map where we want to go. Jonathan has a good point. Do any of the residents list match people we care about? Good question. Does Archer live here? Or does the girl live here? All right, so I don't see any of people of interest in this list here. Do you? What about Soiree? There. Okay, he said he was management. So there's the guy that shot someone in the leg. And the other one was Siddell. He said he was a manager, and he is a manager. Where's the skinny guy? Does he live here? Siddell doesn't look like it. Hey, what's going on here? What am I doing here? I'm a little afraid to go there. What about... You guys don't seem too keen on reconstructing the scene, but I think we need to. I'm just going to go reread quickly before we continue here. I want to quickly scan through our introduction and see if we can't catch a picture of our scene. The center of the courtyard is the blood-stained pool. That's the blood. At the far end of the alley is a man being carried to a waiting car. I guess that's like here. He's being taken to the hospital is how I take it. All right. We're questioning people. Two young men tended by a young woman in one of the buildings. Shotgun gets involved. They took him to St. Vincent's. Okay. And then we talk to these guys. Okay, they sit on the steps on a block of flats on the north side of the courtyard. We know our guy lives in here. Soiree. Okay. Charles Sorley, the manager. All right, so that's where they seem to be sitting here, maybe. All right. And then we meet George Siddell. I was just passing along Bayswater Road. All right, so we don't know where he lives, but we did find the suit. Which was here. A dark lump in the straggly garden outside Palm Court. Okay, so I guess where do we think this is here? Is this the garden outside Palm Court? Okay, good enough. Now we can go back to 42. All right, so we only know one person to talk to other than this person here. I'm not sure. I mean, we are here, so we should talk to people. We only know the one guy. I don't even know if he's back from the hospital yet, but should we talk to him again? Grampian is where the girl came out. It's true. We did hear about Grampian. It's true. We did hear about the Grampian. But did we not know the... We don't know who, right? Did we hear more about that, though? Do I need to go back? We went 1:35. We talked to the onlookers. Someone recognized Phil Jeffs. This little blonde came out of the Grampians building, handed a shotgun to the big guy. So here's Soiree lives here, manages this building. Someone came out of the Grampians. Blonde shotgun. Who do you think that was? All right, well, why don't we, all right, I think that finishes up the information that I wanted to map out. So maybe we should talk to our guy first that we know, Soiree, and then see if we can't find the girl with the shotgun. We'll just look for a blonde. But first we might as well, or do we want to examine the bloodstains first? We're going to start losing our observation skills, so I think we should probably do this first. Okay, let's do this. The blood puddle that seems so significant in the dark is much less imposing in the light of day. There probably wasn't really that much to begin with, and now much of it has seeped away or been smeared and tracked around by careless feet. Nevertheless, there is enough for you to scrape them into a test tube and label it Eaton Avenue, May 1929. Underline knowledge D. And then we go back. Okay, so underline knowledge D. And then we go back to 42. All right, time still isn't passing here. All right, let's try to talk to our guy, Sorley, see if he remembers anything, and see if he can tell us who the blonde girl was. So that's at Garden Vale. We're told he's the manager, and we see him here in Garden Vale, so we know he's from Garden Vale. Garden Vale Flats rise 4 stories on the northwestern side of Eaton Avenue's courtyard. A small placard beside the door lists the current residents. Sorley, Reichler. All right, let's talk to the manager. This is the guy, we already talked to him last night, but let's see what he remembers now. Charles Sorley, the property manager for Gardenvale Flats, is a big man with a wide face and a boxer's flat nose. His forehead is bandaged and he shows signs of extensive bruising. He's already made a statement, but he's more than happy to retell the details. I was up on the 4th floor when I heard a young woman scream. It was about 9:15. And me and Mr. Gregory, who lives across the corridor, were chatting to Miss O'Brien outside her flat. Gregory and I rushed outside. There was a mob of strangers kicking a young man on the ground. So we waded in and pushed them back a bit. Somehow they knocked me down and were kicking the hell out of me too. He touches his bandaged head, but Freddie Johns was there by then and they were retreating. I got up, but a short, dark bloke wheeled around and took a kick at me. I managed to grab his boot and upend him, but the others didn't like that. They came at us like all hell had broken loose. Gregory yelled he had a revolver, but it got stuck in his pocket, so the mob kept coming. He eventually got it out and handed it to me. The gang ran off to a big blue car, and I tried to shoot out the back tire, but the revolver jammed. In my excitement, I shouted, "The gun's stuck!" Immediately, the car stopped. The men bundled out of it again and rushed towards us. It was just the three of us against the mob. Gregory turned and ran to get the police, but Freddie just flexed his muscles and stared them down. He used to be a champion wrestler, you know. Well, the mob seemed to have second thoughts about taking on Freddie and me, so instead they turned on a little guy who was just passing and had stopped to watch. I found out afterwards his name was Siddell. They threw him down and got to kicking him. Just at that moment, someone, I don't know who it was, put a shotgun into my hand. Siddell was in a bad way. So I shouted, "Another kick at that man and I'll fire. Stand back, all of you." They didn't think I'd do it. They rushed at me and I pulled the trigger. Sorley pauses to scratch his chin. As soon as the gun went off, they all scarpered. All except one. I'd hit him in the leg just above the knee, and he was bleeding pretty bad. He managed to get onto the running board of the second car, but I grabbed him and dragged him off, and that's when the police arrived, including you. And how are your injuries, you ask? Oh, well, you know, I could be better. Plus, you've charged me with malicious shooting. I guess we'll see when it goes to court. We thank him for his time. And now we're told to jump to 216, which is a different entry that we've never been. Okay, so time passes. So we just lost an observation. Down to 6. We've visited Sorley. And now we're forced to 216. But before we go to 216, let's review what he tells us here. So he says he doesn't know this girl that gives him the shotgun. We know she's a little blondie from the Grampians. Seems odd that he wouldn't know her, but maybe he just doesn't want to get her in trouble. We learn a little bit more about the other people involved. This is, he tells us, Mr. Gregory and Miss O'Brien. What's the girlfriend's name? Olivia Reynolds. Olivia Reynolds. Let's just make sure she's not living here. Reynolds sounds a little familiar. No. Okay. So he and Gregory rushes out. And they're kicking a young man. We still don't know who that is, right? That's our we're very curious who they first started fighting with. Who is the young man? Then he tells us Freddie Johns is also there. So a big question we have is who is original victim of gang? A little guy, right? A young man, not a little guy, a young man. We don't know who that is. Okay, and then he tells us a short, dark bloke. He grabbed his boot and upended him. We were told that that was Phil Jeffs by the crowd, right? And then we're told that Siddell just walked into this mess. All right. So we've advanced time already. Let's click this. Oh, we're back at Garden Vale. Okay. I guess we're gonna go talk to me. Jay Riker, let's see what happens. The door of flat 7 is slightly ajar and swings inward as you knock on it. A voice calls out, "Come in, detective. We've been expecting you." Inside, the tiny bedsit is cast in shadow. Thick curtains screen the windows, and a dim lamp drapes an amber glow across a table strewn with newspapers, maps, and handwritten notes. The bed is piled with more documents, including street directories and tram timetables. Around the table sit 3 striking figures. "Hello and welcome," drawls the man in the middle. He's dressed incongruently in a dressing robe and hunting hat with ear flaps. "I'm Reisler, and these are my associates, Mr. Warner and Miss Anna." The woman, Anna, gives you a piercing look and takes a puff on her pipe. "I see that in addition to Eaton Avenue riot, you are also investigating a murder in Randwick." You're surprised and a little disconcerted. That's correct. Well, an attempted murder, actually, but how did you know that? The second man replies, "Elementary." He has been bowing a moody violin, but pauses to employ the bow as a pointer like a teacher instructing at the chalkboard. "Your shoes still retain traces of the distinctively ochre soils of that suburb. And there is a patch of crimson above your upper lip, where you presumably dipped your finger in blood and raised it to your nose to sniff for its characteristic metallic tang." The first man is smiling broadly. "As you can see, detective, my friends and I are also detectives, of a sort. You will no doubt wish to know what intelligence we can add to your investigation of the altercation that took place outside. Alas, we were absent, out interviewing a forensic apiarist, and completely missed the fun." You're unaccustomed to the familiar confidence with which this trio addresses an officer of the law. Well, if you do hear or deduce anything, perhaps you could let the Darlinghurst station know." Of course, but highly unlikely, since we are currently dedicating our thoughts to more challenging matters. It seems a Mr. Brooke of Perth, Western Australia, died suddenly and unexpectedly from bee stings. His widow is now keeping company with a prominent cabinet minister. These facts are somewhat provocative, wouldn't you agree? "Oh, yes, I suppose so." All 3 around the table are now nodding thoughtfully. They show no intention of continuing the conversation, so you add a little lamely, "Well, I'll leave you to your investigation then. Thank you for your help." The amateur sleuths are already back to shuffling their maps and notes as you slip out the door. And now time passes. Okay. That was funny. All right. It's now noon. All right. Well, let's return to 216. Funny. Very, very sweet. All right. So, we know he was talking to Gregory, and Gregory goes downstairs with him. So does Freddie Johns. So Gregory and Johns might have information for us. Do we want to talk to them? They may have seen something, right? Because we haven't talked to them yet. So we do want to talk to them. Mrs. O'Brien is the woman whose house they were talking to. Okay, so I guess we know her too. But these two who were involved in the fight, who we haven't talked to yet, we absolutely want to talk to. So let's talk to Freddie Johns first, I guess. 60. Frederick Johns, the occupant of Garden Vale, flat number 3, is a powerfully built man in his mid-30s. I used to be a champion amateur wrestler, he confides. Thick muscles shift and flex beneath his shirt. So, how did you get tangled up in the fight the other night, you asked? Well, I heard the scream and sounds of a tussle, so I went out. Sorley and Jim Gregory were already there. The mob had Sorley on the ground and were putting the boot in, so I chased them off. But they came back. Jim had a pistol, but it was jammed. Then a wee blonde thing handed Sorley a shotgun, and he used it to drive the mob away. Though, of course, one of them got shot. Did you recognize the blonde with the shotgun? This is what we want to hear. John scratches his square jaw and thought, yeah, I've seen her around. I think she lives across the street in the middle building. I don't know her name, though. Cute wee thing to be carrying around a gun like that. Is there anything else you can tell me? Just not to go too hard on Sorley. We are on edge around here a bit. There's a lot of crime, and some of us have had enough of the hooligans. Hey, I even got robbed last month. Some punk broke in and stole a suitcase of my clothes. He was caught in the end and got 6 months hard labor. But there's plenty more where he came from. In case you haven't noticed, Detective, Darlinghurst is knee-deep in criminals. Sorley was just helping you out. You assure him. I'm sure the judge will take that into account. Okay. So he just confirmed what we knew. That little blondie lives across the street in the Grampians. Let's see if Gregory knows any more. 136. James Gregory tells you he was with Thorley on the top floor when the riot broke out. They ran down the stairs and outside where a young man was being kicked. They drove the mob back long enough for the man to get away, but Sorley himself went down till Fred Johns joined them. Once Sorley was back on his feet, one of the rioters kicked at him but got tossed on his back. That was Phil Jeffs, says Gregory. I knew of him. Must have been his mates because that made them furious and they came at us again. I had a pistol in my pocket and that made them hesitate, but I couldn't get it out. Ended up ripping my pants. I handed it to Sorley and the gang took off to their cars, but then Sorley jammed the gun and they came back at us. I could see we needed help, so I ran to the police. I was just coming back with Constable Aldridge when we heard a gunshot. By the time we got there, mob was gone except for that guy Archer, who was bleeding all over the street. Sorley was pretty beat up, as was a bystander. I helped get Archer to St. Vincent's. So you recognized Jeffs and Archer. What about any others? Yeah, I know Jeff's by reputation. Phil the Jew is what people call him. Don't know Archer's name. Didn't know Archer's name till someone mentioned it afterwards. I suppose the rest were all their mates. There was one guy with a pink face who I think lives somewhere nearby. Don't know his name, though, or where he lives. You thank Gregory and tell him to let you know if he remembers anything else. Okay, and then time goes by. So we've lost a horse. Now 1 p.m. I hope she's not going to need to beat anyone up. All right, so what did we learn here? I think we did learn a little bit more, right? 136 is James Gregory. Here we've got another eyewitness that it was Phil Jeffs. Seems pretty clear now it was Phil Jeffs here, and he must be just lying about being there. And then he says he's got a nickname, Phil the Jew. We forgot to advance time when we talked to John. I definitely didn't advance time. Did it want me to? Let me go back and read it. John F.E. Johns. Yes, it did want us to advance time. Okay. So one more time gets advanced. 2 p.m. now. Okay. Anything else at Gregory's place that we need to note? Thank you. Yes, guy with pink face lives nearby. Pink face lives nearby. Do you think that means in this complex? Somewhere nearby. We don't know. Okay, next up. We could talk to Miss O'Brien, who's the woman they were talking to. We talked to Gregory and we talked to Johns. I don't know if she's going to have any information for us. I'd be more inclined to go across the street to the Grampians and try to find that Bondi girl. But Jonathan Warner says, hey, we should talk to Miss O'Brien. She might have seen something. Okay. All right. Let's go to Miss O'Brien, 53. So she's in 13. Okay, 53. When she opens the door, you recognize Miss O'Brien as the young woman who tended the injured Thorley and Siddell. Oh, that's nice. She's the nurse. I'm not actually a nurse, she confides, but my ma was, so I picked up some things from her. I'm a seamstress, though, which is almost the same thing. We're both into needles and sewing things up. What can you tell me about the fight? Not a lot, actually. Mr. Sorley and Mr. Gregory were up here chatting when we heard the screams. They went down the stairs like a pair of cut cats, and I was not far behind them. By the time I got there, it was all on, so I just kind of watched from the side for a bit, but it was getting rough, so I figured it would be good to have some first aid supplies. By the time I puffed up the 4 fights to get my kit and back down again, it was all over. I just patched up the troops, as you saw. Okay, and then time passed. Okay, so she does not help us out, and she fatigues us a bit. So we lost an observation. Down to 5. Okay. Well, I think it's time for us to find that Bondi. We could also see if someone here might have saw the suit that got left. But I wonder if It pays to just knock on lots of random doors. Okay, let's leave the Gardenvale Flats and head across the street to the Grampians. Let's see if we can catch this woman. We've got a Miss Bessie Freeman, a Miss N. Henwood, and a Mr. and Mrs. Miller, and a Miss J.G. Burgeon. So we got 3 misses, and then a Mr. and Mrs. What do you think? What does your gut tell you is the name of a Bond? Anna says, if it really was Jeff's, why did he go into the police station where he got arrested while Archer was at the hospital, which he should have known? Well, that's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. How about it's likely to be someone who is facing this, right? So 147369, not the bed sit 2, 5, and 8. So 2 is Eckert, 5 is Robeson, and 8 is R. Marshall. So we weren't candidating them either. But maybe a single bedroom bed sit. So 1, 4, or 7. That gives us our 3 misses. I don't know how we would pick between them. So let's start it with number 7, Miss N. Henwood. Miss Henwood of Grampian's Flat 7 is small and plain like her bed sit, with a slight squint and a tendency to pick at the front of her brown dress. She seems in a state of nervous excitement and has trouble concentrating on your questions. You gather that she did see something of the brawl on Tuesday night from her third-floor window, but she cannot tell you any specifics. I'm very sorry, Detective, but I'm expecting a visitor. It could be very good news. And I find I just can't focus on anything else. Oh, I hope Mr. Bennet comes soon. You thank her anyway and leave her pacing up and down in breathless anticipation. That's kind of weird. 227 is in Herwood, waiting for Mr. Bennet, who might be another resident somewhere we could talk to and see what this little side story is. Do you see a Mr. Bennet anywhere? Here. I wonder if there's a little side story going on with Miss Herwood and Mr. Bennet. Okay, but no time clock. All right, we went to Bennet. Let's check out Bergen. The young lady who opens the door to your knock was not at home during the riot and can't tell you anything new. Okay? Not her. All right. Let's go back to the Grampians. Let's see what Bessie Freeman has to say. I think maybe we got her. The front flat of the Grampians building is occupied by Miss Bessie Freeman, a tiny girl with a sweet demeanor and a cascade of blonde ringlets. Her first words surprise you. So, can I have my shotgun back now, please? Your shotgun? Yeah, it was my gun that shot that feller the other night. I saw the fight right outside my window, and it looked like Mr. Sorley needed some help. So I grabbed my gun and took it out to him. I figured you must be here to give it back. Actually, no. Not yet. It's evidence. Maybe later. Well, crap, the girl pouts. I'm missing having it around. You are bemused, then. What business does a young lady like you have with a big gun like that? She looks at you incredulously. Have you seen me, detective? The diminutive size, the sweet demeanor, the blonde ringlets. A girl like me in a big city like this needs protection. My protection is Chekhov. Chekhov? My gun, Chekhov. I named it after some Russian who said that if you have a gun, you have to fire it. Or something. That's how I feel. If you have a gun, you might as well use it. Otherwise, what's the point? So, can I have Chekhov back now? I want to shoot something. You can't help but smile. I promise, Miss Freeman, that I will personally deliver the shotgun known as Chekhov back to you just as soon as it is no longer needed for evidence. Acceptable, she says. Now, what did you actually come by for? If it's tea and biscuits, I'm afraid you're out of luck. You stifle another grin. This girl's forthright honesty is a refreshing change, but messes with your professionalism. Actually, I was just wondering what details you saw from the fight. Details? I was way too excited about Chekhov getting to do his thing. I don't remember any details. But there were plenty of others around. Did you check the old chook across the way, Mrs. Luttrell? She'd have a perfect view. Now skedaddle, won't you? I got things to do. She hustles you out. And time passes. Okay. A funny character. Okay, so we've lost a persuasion. Down to 4. Okay, but she recommends Miss Luttrell would have had a view of everything. I don't know. Yes, we are looking for someone who saw the start of the fight. We are looking for someone who saw the start of the fight. Across the way, is this going to be at Garden Vale? Miss Luttrell, where is Miss Luttrell? No, not at Garden Vale. How about at Omeo or Orea? Mrs. Luttrell is at Palm Court number 2. Okay, well, this may be a reasonable chance for us to find someone who saw the suit and the young guy who got attacked. So we talked to... That was Bessie Freeman. Okay. She's our blonde with the shotgun. Okay, let's go talk to Luttrell, see if she saw the start of this. That's at Palm Court. I want to talk to the manager too. Miss Luttrell, 188. And then let's decide if we want to visit Bennett and see what that was about. Palm Court Flat 2, a one-room bedsit, looks directly onto the Eaton Avenue courtyard at ground level. The action of Tuesday night unfolded right outside its window. Unfortunately, the resident, Mrs. Avril Luttrell, proves to be far from the ideal witness. Pardon? Oh, yes, I did hear a sort of kerfuffle outside at about that time. The elderly lady blinks at you through milky cataracts. It started with someone, a man, shouting something, though I didn't understand the words. I shuffled over to the window and peeped out through the blinds, but I couldn't really make out what was going on. It was dark, and, well, my eyes are not so good anymore. But there seemed to be a red devil out there standing in his singlet. You know, I never ever thought about what the devil might wear. I suppose a singlet is reasonable given the climate down there, but I rather expected a good three-piece suit might command more respect. I shall have to ask Father Thomas about it. And what else did you see out the window, Mrs. Luttrell? Well, goodness me. But a young man didn't launch himself at the devil, and rather a tussle ensued. But of course they threw him down, and then they all started kicking him with those big boots they all wear nowadays. And that's when Mr. Sorley and that other man from the next building arrived. What happened next, Mrs. Luttrell? Well, it all got rather confusing after that, I'm afraid, and someone came and stood in front of my window blocking the view. But I did see the first young man, the one they had been kicking, get led away by a young lady. They came right by the window. Did you see where they went? No, not really. Off to the left somewhere. He looked rather rumpled and bloody. I prayed for him. Is there anything else you can recall? Well, I remember the police came, eventually. There was rather a magnificent detective arrived to take charge. He broke it up and sent everyone home. Butler, you'd think, with a mental sigh. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Luttrell. And time passes. Okay, now we've lost the horse. Okay, still okay. All right, so let's make our notes here. So now we hear that the young man started it. He launched himself. He launched himself at the devil. And who was the devil? A red devil in a singlet. I'm not sure what that means, a red singlet. And then they didn't like that. The gang started beating him up, and then a woman led him away. So they didn't attack this guy first. This guy seems to have attacked maybe Phil Jeffs first. He was beat up. Do you think he went to the hospital? She says, we asked where they went. She says they left off to the left somewhere. I prayed for him. What do you think that means, off to the left? She's sitting here. Does that mean she thinks they went this way? Not to Bayswater Road, but this way? Could she have left? Could she be one of the occupants of one of these flats? Guess it could be any of these, though. Got no description of her. Jonathan says, I would read it as heading east. I'm not sure. White t-shirt. Where do you see white t-shirt? The question is, she sees someone heading to the left from her window. The left has to be this way. So the question is that woman someone who is in one of these buildings? But if so, we certainly don't have enough information about it. We're more likely to catch him at the hospital. The lady says he wasn't wearing a jacket. I'd like to see that, if that's true. He looked rather rumpled and bloody. Where does she say he's not wearing a jacket? I mean, we see the suit, but it would be very important confirmation if we can get confirmation that he's not wearing his suit. I don't see it. Can you clarify that? Oh, John Kean has come in. A singlet is a sleeveless vest worn as an undergarment. But yeah, but the singlet is the Red Devil. That's not the young man. Hey, here's an idea. The young man is not the Red Devil guy, right? The young man is the guy who launches himself at the Red Devil. I'm assuming the Red Devil is going to be Phil Jeffs. But here's an idea. We got the initials, right? LJH. LJH. Can we see if there's an LJH that lives in this complex? No, doesn't look like it. I also think we forgot to write down timeline information, but I think we're told that this fight is happening around 9. Does anyone else remember that? Why did we not write that down? Quarter past 9, thank you. Let me just put that on a sheet. Do you remember where we heard that, Jonathan? Nice to have John Kean stop by. Tuesday, okay. From Sorley. Thank you. All right. Well, if he's being walked to one of these rooms, I'm not sure how we would find that person other than exhaustive check of all of these apartments. So I think probably that's not an efficient use of our time. I think maybe we should head to the hospital. Or we could head to Archer's workplace. I'm sort of interested to see if that the young man who got beat up might have come to the hospital, though. Let's see. John says, could we try the 1H in case it's a relative? You want to try the person whose last name is H in case they're a relative. We've got Hodgson in the Grampians. We've got Herwood, who's the woman who's waiting for a friend. We've got a Mrs. Hinchin, who's in Warea here. We've got Kennedy and Herity, also in Warea. What if it's these two? Kennedy and... That doesn't make much sense, though. Well, LJH could be Herity. He might be the only person who we only have an H for. You want to knock on his door? Jonathan says, no, I'm talking about in Palm Court where the clothes were found. W. Hill, is that who you want to talk to? It doesn't work for me because he's headed off east. He's not headed into here. I don't think that makes sense. He would be running inside. I do think it's certainly possible that the woman who helped him is in one of these flats, but it doesn't feel like we have good enough reason to search for that. I think maybe we're better off going to the hospital before these people start checking themselves out. Maybe we'll get lucky and the guy who got beat up went to the hospital and we can find him by his name, LJH. Or we could try to catch someone else. You could make the case that we could try to... That old woman saw stuff right out of her door, out of her window. Maybe someone else. If there's some logic to these, she saw this. Maybe one is the other apartment. The manager. I wouldn't mind talking to the manager before we left. Let's talk to this guy and then let's leave. Because he might have seen this guy approaching. Might have been working outside. I'm just gonna go to this guy, and that's gonna be the last place here before we head to the hospital. The manager. Frederick Newman, the manager of the Palm Court Flats, is pencil thin and sports a narrow mustache that seems to balance like a vanilla pod on his upper lip. Considering the brawl occurred right outside his apartment, he has very little useful information to offer. I'm appalled, frankly appalled by the behavior of Mr. Sorley, he tells you, charging into the midst of a brawl like some Antipodean light brigade, and then to start firing at people willy-nilly with a shotgun. It's no wonder he got himself injured, and frankly, it's a miracle none of my residents were hurt. I hear he's been charged, and rightly so. A true gentleman does not stoop to crude fisticuffs with the criminal classes. A true gentleman locks his door and pretends the riot is not going on outside. It's a matter of mental fortitude, which Mr. Sorley so obviously lacks. He continues in this vein for quite some time. All right, so we just got punished by some loss of time there. All right, so I think this just does confirm, though, that we can't just be knocking on doors for no reason. I think it's time to head to the hospital. I go back to the avenue. We looked at the bloodstains and picked them up. We haven't been to the Kunana, and we haven't been to Larea. If our guy did exit this way, it would be nice if one of these people saw which way he went. But again, I don't see how we can just knock on doors randomly. It's not a great use of our time. I think we're better off heading to the hospital before the day ends. Hey, if John Kean is around still, can I just confirm that we're not to read the police file until we're told? And what about the newspapers? Do we get told when we have access to those, or do we just automatically have access to those that are prior to the day that we're working? But with that, we'll take our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Down to 14 concurrent viewers. It's 2 a.m. We've been on the air for 4 hours. And we're decided we're halfway done with our day. We're halfway through, we're through the morning hours, we're into the evening. We're going to play until we finish this day, whenever we decide to go to sleep. Now, I said we should go to the hospital and leave this place. However, I did remember there was one other place I was very curious to go, to F.M. Bennett. We went to this woman, and she was too excited, and she's waiting for Bennett. I really want to go here and talk to this person. But maybe we're going to be coming back here. Maybe I should save it for that. When we come back here for one person, we can take care of that. Let's go to the hospital. Oh, we still have time. All right, where's our address book? All right. What I'm hoping is that we're going to find our injured young man at the hospital, if we're lucky. Okay, so St. Vincent Hospital is in 190. Remember, we're going to have to pay time clock to leave here and go there. So we're going to leave here. And we're going to head over to 190, which should be the hospital. And when we do, we're in neighborhood D. Oh, Darlinghurst, I see. Well, hopefully it would be nice if we ended our day while we're still in neighborhood D, rather than leave and come back, but that remains to be seen. St. Vincent's Hospital is in 390 Victoria Street, so it's somewhere here. Here, there it is, St. Vincent's Hospital. Okay, so we're heading to St. Vincent's Hospital in Darlinghurst. Where is our police station? 3 something. 3. Forget what the name of the street is, but it's in here somewhere. All right, let's click time by. So notice in the evening how cool it is that now they start every time. In the morning, you got plenty of energy. Here, you start getting fatigued. So we just lost another observation. Remember, when this hits 0, when they all hit 0, our day ends. We're now in D. Okay. The facade of St. Vincent's Hospital is well known to Darlinghurst residents. Behind its 3-story colonnade have occurred more births, bone sets, and bullet removals than probably anywhere else in Sydney. Certainly more razor slashes have been stitched up here, a dubious honor indeed. If it's before 10 or after 2 p.m., read 89. Well, it's certainly after 2 p.m. It's 7 p.m. now. All right, so we're jumping to 89. Let me make sure I record all these. 190, and I'm going to put an asterisk, meaning there are more choices there. And that's telling us to go to 89. The matronly nurse in the reception area purses her lips and points wordlessly to a sign. Visiting hours 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. daily, strictly enforced. Our patients need quiet time to heal. Ouch. Well, maybe we should have thought about that. All right, so now we need to make a note, right? So that we know on the next day. Well, we could have missed some important stuff here, but okay. Hospital, visiting hours, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's too bad that we didn't head over here early and find that information out. All right, so be it. All right, where's our address book? Unfortunately, we may just be leaving Darlinghurst neighborhood. I wonder, is there stuff for us to do at our police station? Like, we've collected all this blood evidence. They may have reports for us, so maybe we should head over to the police station while we're here in this neighborhood. And I suppose we could always go to Archer's hot bath. So let's stop by the police station and see if there's stuff to do here during the day. We will have to eventually go there to end the night, remember? But surely it's not a waste of time to just stop by there now. All right, let's go 199. Let's head to the police station. It's on Forbes Street. Where is that here? Somewhere here is our police station. Courthouse, maybe here. All right, let's see if there's anything for us to do. 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Visiting. Make sure we don't misplace this. Maybe, in fact, so that we really don't forget, I'll put in on Thursday, hospital. Get there as soon as we can. Okay, let's head over to the police station, 199. Your place of work is an awkwardly shaped brick structure wedged into the space where Forbes and Bourke Street converge at the north end of Taylor Square. To the square, it presents an elegant curved facade like the squat tower of some medieval castle, but inside the layout is necessarily irregular, cramped, and slightly uncomfortable. After several years, it feels like home, and the assortment of law enforcement professionals housed there like a dysfunctional family. Okay, so if we were ending our day, we would be reading 247. There's nothing else to do here, though, so that solves that question. Didn't cost us anything to do that, though. Forbes and Burke Street. All right, well, so we've come here to Darlinghurst for no reason. Now let's just confirm so you can see why we wouldn't go to sleep now. You might think, okay, let's just go to sleep really early at 7 p.m. and then we'll wake up right in the morning at 6 a.m. But if we did go to sleep now, you can see we'd get 1, 2, 3, 4 force back, but we only need 2 force back. How many observations would we get back? 1, 2, 3. Actually, if we go to sleep now, we still wouldn't even get up to max. This is what I was saying before, where I'm not sure we're ever going to max out again here. But still, either way, we don't want to be wasting 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's too soon to go to sleep. But we might still go to sleep relatively early. All right, you want to go to Archer's work. Okay. Is it going to be closed, though? It's a bathhouse. Maybe it's open in the evening. All right, so we're going to travel to neighborhood B. Which is Woolloomooloo. "91 Yurong Lane, which is here. So somewhere here. Okay, so it costs us a time to travel there. We just lost another fight. Okay. "91. So we're going to leave here. Head over to 91 Yurong Lane. Yurong Lane is a narrow, dirty, and surprisingly quiet, considering only one line of flimsy buildings separates it from bustling William Street. A pair of grimy children play on the street with a misshapen tricycle. You pause in the shadows, a few doors down from Archer's hot bathhouse. Customers, mostly young ladies, but sometimes men or mothers with children in tow, come and go from the bathhouse every few minutes. As you watch, you notice something odd. Occasionally, someone enters and comes out almost immediately, not spending nearly enough time to wash themselves. Then time passes again. That loses us a persuasion. We're getting it's going to be a little bit hard to do tests while we're here. But we are here, so let's head in. Is it a dealer's? Does seem like it might be. 224. So that was 91 and then 224, huh? You slip into the bathhouse behind a young woman in a green dress who barely notices you. Inside, the atmosphere is hot and heavy with moisture. Weak light leaks in through a row of high windows opaque with grease and steam, revealing a featureless reception area. An attendant sits behind a counter next to the archway leading to a row of roughly timbered stalls, presumably the baths. The prices are posted on a hand-drawn poster on the wall behind the attendant. You linger in the shadows near the door as the woman approaches the counter. Test your observation if it's bigger than 5. Okay, well, we're at a baseline of 4. So we need a 2 to succeed. That's reasonable, and we could spend something else if we need to. Okay, and where are we? We're in B. Okay, let's see. All right, so we got a 2. 2 plus 4 is 6, so we did pass it without needing to cheat. It's only because we have Lillian that we were able to pass that, so taking her seems like the right thing. So far, at least. All right, so we get to read 144. We haven't need to do our cheat yet. Something's off. The woman in green isn't carrying a bag, clean clothes, or a towel. You watch her closely as she speaks to the attendant. The attendant greets the young woman. "I'd like some bath salt, please," she states. The attendant reaches under the counter to some hidden niche and retrieves a small packet wrapped in paper. He names a surprisingly high price, but the girl pays without a qualm and turns to leave. You sense your moment and step abruptly out of the shadows, deliberately bumping into the woman. Test your force. Okay, well, it does seem like a drug dealer, but we are not in good shape for a force test. To beat this, we're going to have to roll a 4. We could spend down other stuff or do our cheat, but let's see. All right, well, we rolled a 4. So 4 plus 2 is a 6. We actually beat it. So we got lucky here. We absolutely got lucky. All right, so we got access to 21. We didn't even have to cheat. That's good. The woman lets out what can only be described as a squawk, and the packet of bath salts flies from her hand. Excuse me, you say, scooping up the paper packet from the floor and holding it out to her. She eyes you warily, and something about your appearance makes her pause in the act of retrieving the packet from your hand. Oh, that's not mine, she says. There must be some mistake. She hurries past you and out the door onto the street. You pocket the paper packet. Underline knowledge B. All right, so we've caught them. We've caught the Phil Jeffs gang dealing drugs. Okay, then read 78. Underline knowledge B, which I did. Then read 78. Okay. The attendant eyes you warily. You can follow the woman outside or stay and enjoy a refreshing bath. Surely we want to follow the woman. 286. As you exit into Yurong Lane, you see the young woman hurrying away. She pauses at the corner, stopping to think for a moment, then turns and heads north towards William Street. Okay, let's see if we can't track her progress here. So we exit onto Yurong Lane, pause at the corner, then turns and head north towards William Street. So she's either here, here. There's William Street. Or I guess if we were wrong about where this is, she could be here. Okay, well, we're going to follow her. 258. You follow the woman across the road to the Strand Hotel, then around the corner onto William Street. You keep well behind and try to blend in with the other pedestrians. You needn't have bothered because she never once looks back. You follow her for 2 blocks, crossing Palmer and Bourke Street. Oh, she disappears into the Melrose Courts building at 135 William Street. So that's going to be a new place to add to our directory. 135 William Street, Melrose Courts. That was the druggie with the bath salts. You reach the building just in time to see her admitted into flat 6. Moments later, the door reopens and she emerges, tucking a small packet into a fold in her dress. You just barely avoid her as she leaves the building and disappears into the bustle of William Street. So is this her backup drug place where she's bought backup drugs when her main place is unavailable? Where is this? Let me see if I can retrack this. We thought she headed out of Huron towards William. She crossed the road to the Strand Hotel, then around the corner. Onto William Street. 2 blocks crossing Palmer and Bork. And she ends up on 135 William. Okay, so here's looks like 134 William. So 135 looks like here. So looks like that's where she went. Oh, there's Palmer. There's Bork. Okay, so that's her. That's the drug spot is somewhere here. And she's headed off 91 euro, and I could probably pinpoint that more closely, but maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's where she's gotten her drugs back up. We've added it. This is in neighborhood B, which is Woolloomooloo. 135 Woolloomooloo. Let's see. I guess we have to look up William Street. William Street has a +0, so 135 William Street would just be looking up 135, which is what the game is now directing us we can do directly. So we didn't even really have to note that or look that up. It just sort of gave it to us. 135 William Street, Melrose Court, flat 6. Through the rippled glass of the front door, you can discern at least 2 figures moving about inside. Snippets of muffled conversation reach you, but they're too soft to decipher. We could test our force. We can knock on the door and test our persuasion, or we could leave. Well, force and persuasion are both at 2. We'd have to roll a 5 to succeed. We do have observation we could spend to bump that up. So 5, 4, 3, 2. We could guarantee that we would pass one of these tests. The real trouble, however, is that let's say we do that and we have to dump values here. So we get down to like 1, 1, 1. The problem then really is that then we have to travel to Darlinghurst and go to sleep. If we do that, we could recover only a single observation before it's time to wake up. Maybe 2 observations. Like if we try this now, it could really exhaust us. It's getting dangerous for us. There's also the question of this is an interesting issue. I remember we had this when we played Razorhurst the first time, and it's an issue that comes up with all of these kinds of games, which is if we try it and fail it, can we come back here? Or do we need to leave if we want to try this later? Thing is, we don't really want to have to come back to Wallamaloo if we can help it. I'm a little bit concerned. If we were to go back now, we would get 4 observation back. 1, 2, 3, 4. We would get, if we go back now and go to sleep at 9 p.m., we could wake up in time to go to the hospital and be fully strong. I don't think there's any rush to come in here. This is just the drug dealer's den. We'll come back here tomorrow when we can come in here easily. Or we could try. Even if we try and succeed, though, it's probably going to cause time to tick by. I don't know. What do you think? Anna says, okay. Jonathan says, rolling could be an exciting way to end. I mean, I guess if we were role-playing it, we'd go for it. If we roll, then we can't sleep in, though, because we've got to get to the hospital at 10 a.m. Just remember that. I think we should be police officers. We're exhausted. It's 9 p.m. This is not the time to go busting down this door. Marco says, if we try now, we'll have a bad day tomorrow. Yeah, now is not the time. There are going to be times when we don't know what to do, when we have nothing to do. Let's save it for that when we've got strength to do it, now that we know what to do. All right, so we're not going to do it. We're going to leave and come back, but we are going to make a note. We're going to make a to-do note here. To do the Wallamaloo 135 with strength or persuasion. Okay. All right, so we leave now. We're going to come back. And now we're going to go to our police precinct, which is in a different neighborhood. So it causes time to click by, which loses us another force down to 1. But now we can end the night by reading 247. Kreuter looks up from a pile of documents as you enter. I got a couple things for you. First, I heard from my nurse friend at St. Vincent's Hospital. This is news in itself, that Kreuter has friends outside the force. You wonder if this could be a romantic relationship, and if so, where he finds the time. Girl must be very patient. You realize you're drifting from the point. You must be tired, and make an effort to focus on what Kreuter is saying. Archer's condition is stabilized, so you can probably see him during visiting hours 10 to 2. Yeah, thanks for telling us today. Could have told us in the morning. Could have saved us some effort. Second, I thought you might want to consult Fahey on this one. He said he'll be outside the Masonic Temple on Castlereagh Street tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 5. Inspector Fahey is Darlinghurst's groundbreaking undercover officer. He took the concept of a plainclothesman one step further to actually penetrate into criminal organizations. All right, this is our to-do item. This is why we ended our day efficiently, because now we're going to be able to take care of some of these things, whereas if we pushed ourselves, we might not be able to. So 3 to 5 p.m. tomorrow, which is Thursday, at Masonic Temple, Castlereagh Street. He's a master of disguise and has a wide knowledge of the underworld of Sydney, but he can be hard to find when you want him. Luckily, Kreuter seems to have some way of keeping track of his whereabouts. It's yet another mystery of Kreuter's life. Oh, and the papers are already making up stuff about Eaton Avenue. The leading theory at the moment is that the fight and Jeff's shooting are in retaliation for him cutting his cocaine with too much rat poison. By this, he presumably means boracic acid, a cheap additive which is indeed used in rat poisons. Doesn't seem likely to me, but you might want to check it out. All right, let me put in to our time schedule here from 3 to 5. We'll have to find out where the Masonic Temple is, but that'll be enough of a note for us. Then it sends us to 158. This was one of my other favorite things about Razorhurst, this system of this informant. We'll see if it's similar in Bud Alley. Oh, look at this. All right, so we finally got a check of some of our knowledge things. Okay, if D is underlined, it is. We're going to read 76, and then maybe it's going to get us a chance. Do we have any of these others? Y, Z. Yes, we do. Y and Z, but I don't know if we're going to get asked about those yet. We just follow the first one here. If D is underlined. Oh, then, okay. All right, D is underlined. I'm not sure what that was. Probably we should have kept a better note. You hand Kreuter the blood sample taken from Eaton Avenue. Let's see what the university lab has to say about this, huh? Circle knowledge, D. So we underlined it when we took the blood. Now we're circling it when it's been handed in. Okay. Then P, no. R, no. Y, yes. This is pretty cool, huh? Oh, B. I wonder why it's out of order. But we do these in order. Okay, so the next one is Y. I've been putting that blood sampling kit to good use, you tell Kreuter, and hand over the sample labeled corner of Rainbow Forsyth Streets. He replies, I'll pass this to the university lab. They should give us the results back after the weekend. Circle knowledge, Y. Return to 158. Okay, then we've got Z. You hand Kreuter the blood sample collected from Jeff's bedroom door for analysis. Circle knowledge, Z. They're only going to be able to type it and say whether it's human if they bother. Okay, let me circle these things out. We read 22. We read 76. 45. 22. Okay, that was Z. And then we've also got B underlined, which is here. 194. You remove the paper packet of bath salts that you got from Archer's hot bathhouse. Croyder raises his eyebrows. What's this then? A new hobby, perhaps? You know how I'm already addicted to my job. No. I was wondering if you can get the university chemist to take a look at it. Let me know if there's anything unusual about it. It came from Archer's place in Huron Lane. He's selling it as bath salts. No problem, replies Croyder, but don't let Wickham and Thompson catch you with that. He's referring to Tom Wickham and Sid Thompson, the dedicated and wholly overworked drug squad. He takes the packet and slips it into a discreet envelope, which he carefully labels Archer's bath salts. Circle knowledge B. I like this underlining and circling thing. Maybe if we had gone to the other place, the other drug den, we would have gotten a separate packet we could compare. Okay, but that completes our underlined stuff. Now we can prepare for the next day. All right, so let's do our bookkeeping here. So we're sleeping. Which means these get refreshed as we sleep. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 observations. We got 1, 2 force, 1, 2. We got 1, 2, 3 persuasion, 1, 2, 3. We're almost back to full, but we could sleep in past 6 a.m. here. If we sleep in filled, it's time to go to the hospital, we'll get everything back except for persuasion. We can bring our observation up to 8 and bring 2 of our forces up to 5. Since we have nothing to do, that seems like a wise thing to do, doesn't it? Although we'd be sleeping past this time that we could be spending. It's sort of inefficient to sleep during these hours, but one of them wouldn't be a bad thing. Well, surely we're going to sleep past these 2. That gets us 1 force and 1 observation. I think we might have a long day tomorrow. So maybe we should sleep in. Although if we get up here, we would have time to go bash down that door of the drug dealers before we head over to the hospital. No, we could do it on the way between the hospital. I think as long as it's not extra, as long as it's not wasting anything, maybe we should sleep in till 10 and then go right to the hospital since we don't have much else to do. Okay, let's do it. Let's sleep in till 10, which kicks up our force to max. We also don't know what they might tell us to do during the start of the day. That's quite true. Do you think it's risky to sleep till 10 a.m.? I don't think they're going to need us to do stuff I mean, if they give us something early, we still have from 10 to 2 to go to the hospital. So I think we're okay. Something may happen. Maybe we'll have to do something first before we go to the hospital, but well, I don't know. Does the group want us? Does the group want to stop here instead of sleeping till 10 and wake up at 8? Give yourself 2 extra hours in the morning. Don't forget, it's the opposite thing, right? You wake up here, then this one, instead of increasing your strength, decreases it. So the first thing that would happen is we'd start to lose some fight. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Let's try it. Let's sleep in a little late, and we can go way into the evening if we need to. Okay, I think we're okay. Pretty exciting stuff. The evidence was fun. They're going to be analyzing that blood. We're going to be very refreshed when we start up the next day. We are back in our Darlinghurst station. All right, I guess we're going to end it there after 5 hours. That makes some sense. Any thoughts before we end for the evening? Marco says, I agree, starting at 10. And Tina is signing off. Okay, so we will meet again tomorrow evening, which is this evening, Saturday evening at 10 p.m. for part 2. And I think the plan then is to meet again on Sunday evening at 10 p.m. In fact, I should go and schedule that right away. So we'll meet Saturday at 10 p.m. Then we'll meet again at Sunday at 10 p.m. Sunday afternoon, we'll be playing New York Noir. And then we'll come back to this at Sunday at 10 p.m. And then the plan is to keep going Monday at 10 p.m., Tuesday at 10 p.m. until we finish it. We've got a lot more to read, including some big newspapers to get through soon. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow evening, 10 p.m.